I, the Great Plains Athletic Conference, asks you to show respect for all athletes, coaches, fans, and umpires in today's game. Regardless of the outcome of the game, we expect a positive environment for everybody up here at the baseball complex. Thank you, and enjoy the game. Good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to the Doane Baseball Complex on the campus of Doane University. Today it is the Dordt Defenders versus your Doane Tigers. Here's your batting order. First for Dordt. Leading off, the center fielder, number 11, Jake Thayer. Batting second, the third baseman, number 20, Trent Rosa. Batting third, the shortstop, number 16, Cam Gingrich. Batting cleanup, the left fielder, number 28, Colton Van Otterloo. Batting fifth, first baseman, number 40, Zach Fowler. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, number 5, Josh Van Epps. Batting seventh, the right fielder, number 4, Taylor Newroth. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 42, Chris Schreiber. Batting ninth, the second baseman, number 3, Andrew Randall. Pitching today for Dordt, number 34, Connor Hopkins. Here is the batting order for your Doane Tigers. Leading off, the third baseman, number 6, Jake Smith. Batting second, the shortstop, number 12, Tommy Anderson. Batting third, the left fielder, number 20, Kevin Clausen. Batting cleanup, the second baseman, number 2, Chris Jackson. Batting fifth, the designated hitter, number 22, Eduardo Yanez. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 25, Nathan Sliva. Batting seventh, the first baseman, number 24, Aaron Whitehouse. Batting eighth, the center fielder, number 30, Trent Jerry. And batting ninth and playing right field, number 9, Jacob Dewey. Pitching today for Doane, number 15, Jake Trujillo. We'll have the national anthem momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please stand, remove all caps and hats, and address the flag as you wish as we honor America with a recorded version of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. I'd like to thank our Doane Athletic Baseball sponsors for this season, including Runza Restaurants and Creek Chiropractic Center. Our facility sponsors, Runza Restaurants, Kanzuse Pharmacy of Crete, and Stop & Shop Convenience Stores of Crete, Weeping Water, Milford, and 3 locations in Lincoln.
And welcome fans into Crete, Nebraska for Doane University Baseball right here on the Doane Sports Network. I'm Rick Schmecker bringing you the start of today's doubleheader. Clayton Anderson will resume play once he's able to get here after classes. So I'm going to pick up for him. Until then, along with our video feed, we also have live stats available, so you can watch both together at donestats.com if you aren't already. The first pitch into Jake there is a called strike from Jacob Trujillo. There on the season, batting .191, but has drawn 22 walks and has a .348 on-base percentage out of that leadoff spot. Pitch misses outside, count even at 1-1. There, a left-handed batter. Next pitch misses upstairs, ball 2. Rosa and Gingrich will follow for the defenders here in the top of the first inning of this first game of the weekend. Pitch is going to be fouled off. The count now even at 2-2. Two teams meet again tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Two offering on the way from Trujillo. And therefore it called strike 3.
Batting second, third baseman number 20, Trent Rosa.
That brings up Trent Rosa, .305 batting average. Rosa, the third baseman for the defenders. Take a pitch outside, ball 1. Trujillo comes in 4-2 record, 4.58 earned run average. Pitch fouled off out of play. Making his third start of the season. Has appeared in 16 games entering action today. Opponent's batting .260 against him, 34 strikeouts to 9 walks. Next pitch will miss away, ball 2. Count goes to 2 balls and a strike. Dordt comes in 15-20 on the season, 8-10 in the GPAC. Doane 17-24 overall, 8-12 in conference play. These two teams sitting 7th and 8th in the conference standings entering the weekend. So a big series for these two teams. One more weekend remaining of conference play after this one. Pitch fouled off and the count now full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Defensively for the Tigers, Clausen in left, Jerry in center, Dewey is in right. Smith at third, Anderson at short, Jackson at second. Over at first is Whitehouse, and Sliva behind the plate. 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed for strike 3.
The shortstop, number 16, Cam Gingrich.
So back-to-back strikeouts for Trujillo to open up the game. Now bring up Cam Gingrich. Gingrich leads the team in batting .372 entering play today. First pitch from Trujillo will miss upstairs, ball 1. Next pitch will miss outside, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Next pitch on the way, and therefore a called strike. In between games today, we'll honor our senior baseball players. This is senior day for the Tigers. Now the 2-1 from Trujillo. Fouled off, and the count goes to 2-2. Tomorrow, Doane will have their Versus Cancer Awareness Day. Doane baseball, Doane softball, Doane tennis, all joining up with the organization Versus Cancer, raising money for pediatric cancer. 2-2 pitch, swung on, fouled back. So before the doubleheader here on the baseball field tomorrow, be a special event. Doane softball team in action tomorrow as well, and both are scheduled for a 1 o'clock start, so it has worked out where softball team will be joining the baseball team on the field for a ceremonial first pitch. Pitch comes in upstairs, ball 3. So now a full count to Gingrich. Hopefully we can get Northwestern softball to join the Dordt baseball team on the field and have all 4 teams up here at the complex together for the ceremonial first pitch. A pediatric cancer survivor will be throwing out the first pitch. Count holds at 3 balls, 2 strikes after the foul ball. Gingrich back in. Pitch on the way. Gonna run inside for ball 4.
Batting fourth, the left fielder, number 20.
So that brings up Colton Van Otterloo. Van Otterloo batting .361 on the year. Leads the team with 7 home runs, 36 RBIs. First pitch from Trujillo in there for a called strike. Busy weekend on campus. Doane baseball at home today and tomorrow. Track and field today and tomorrow. Ground ball back up the middle, through for a base hit. First hit of the game for the defenders. Comes with 2 outs in the first.
Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 40, Zach Fowler.
Doane tennis in action today and tomorrow on campus. And then tomorrow we'll add in softball. I invite you to join us here in Crete, either later today or all day tomorrow. First pitch misses outside to Zach Fowler. Fowler batting .315 on the season. Pitch in the dirt. Nice block by Sliva. That's going to hold Gingrich down at second. Count goes to 2-0. Pitch fouled off out of play. Count now 2-1. Gingrich at second, Van Otterloo at first. Pitch to Fowler, grounded towards short. Anderson has it, goes the short way for the force out at second to end the inning. So for Dordt in the first, no runs on a hit, there were no errors, 2 left on base. Go to the bottom of the first, Dordt 0, Doane heading to the plate. Jake Smith to lead off for the Tigers as we go to the bottom of the first inning. First pitch going to be fouled off. Smith on the season batting .307. Connor Hopkins on the hill for Dordt in the first game. He's 5-2 on the year with a 2.42 earned run average. Next pitch swung out and missed. Hopkins 48 in the third innings pitched. Opponents batting .216 against him. 60 strikeouts to 23 walks. 0-2 the count to Smith. Pitch will be outside. Ball 1. Smith, 2 home runs, 20 RBIs on the year. .451 slugging percentage. Big curveball swung at, foul tipped into the glove for strike 3. So Hopkins picks up a strikeout to open up the game. Tommy Anderson will step in. Anderson, .364 average, 2 home runs, 22 RBIs. First pitch comes in high, ball 1. Next pitch from Hopkins is going to be popped up. Right side. And it will be caught by Randall for out number 2. Defensively for the defenders, Van Otterloo is in left, Thayer in center, and Newroth is in right. Rosa over at third, Gingrich at short, Randall at second, Fowler at first, Schreiber behind the plate. First pitch to Kevin Clausen going to be taken low for a ball. Next pitch, foul tipped into the mitt by Clausen, count even at 1-1. Clausen on the season, .381 batting average, 2 home runs, 27 RBIs, hitting .478 with 2 outs in an inning. Ground ball, right side, gloved by Randall, gets back to his feet, throws to first in time to end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down for the Tigers in the first. After 1 inning, we're scoreless here in Crete. Van Epps to lead off the second inning for the defenders. Comes in with a .301 batting average. Takes first pitch for a ball. Next pitch low and away, ball 2. Reel's next pitch low, ball 3. So he falls behind the count. 3 balls, no strikes to Van Epps. Next pitch, right down the middle for a called strike. Three-one pitch, swung at and missed. Count now full at 3-2. Doane the pitch, swung on, fouled off, out of play. Count remains full at 3-2 strikes. Next pitch on the way. Swung on, popped up, foul territory. It's going to go out of play. Trujillo waiting for his defense to get back into position. Comes set, the 3-2 pitch on the way again. Sent into center field, deep. Jerry gives chase, now circles back towards right center and makes the catch for out number one.
The right fielder, number 4, Taylor Newroth.
Wind blowing in from left field at the moment. It's blowing in from the east. Pushed the ball away from Jerry a little bit, but able to catch up to it. That brings up Taylor Newroth. .342 batting average, leads the team with 18 stolen bases. Leads the GPAC in stolen bases as well. First pitch fouled off, out of play. Owen won the count. Doane the pitch. Swung on and missed. Actually, foul tip into the mitt. Count goes to 0-2. Next pitch will come in high for ball. One ball, 2 strikes. The pitch on the way from Trujillo. That's going to be sent into right center field. That's going to be down for a base hit. And past Jerry, it's going to be extra bases as the ball rolls to the wall. Newroth looking for 3. He'll go in standing up with the triple.
Batting 8, the catcher, number 42, Chris Schreiber.
So a 1-out triple. There's a runner in scoring position for Dordt. That brings up the catcher, Chris Schreiber. Schreiber hitting .174 on the season. Next pitch, or first pitch, fouled off by Schreiber down the right field line. Opponents on the season batting .267 against Trujillo with runners on base. Infield in at the corners, playing back up the middle. Pitch comes in outside, ball 1. Pop up on the right side. It's going to be in foul territory and it's going to fall untouched. As of now, probably a good thing that it was not caught, is the only people who had a really good chance at it were Whitehouse and Jackson. Their back would have been to the infield. Speedy Newroth tagging up at third base. It's been a tough play to get the ball back to the plate. Trujillo ahead in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Pitch swung on, grounded to first. Right to Whitehouse at the bag. Steps on the bag, holds the runner.
The second baseman, number 3, Andrew Randall.
So 3 unassisted. And that will bring up Andrew Randall. Randall batting .200. First pitch to Randall is going to miss outside, ball 1. Trujillo comes set. The pitch. Swung on. Lifted to right center field. Dewey moving over. Makes the catch for out number 3.
For Dordt, no runs on 1 hit, no errors.
So
Nobody left.
Trujillo able to work around the 1-out triple.
Go to the bottom of the
No runs
second.
on a hit. No errors. 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the second. Tied at 0. Chris Jackson will lead off for the Tigers as we start the bottom of the second inning.
Second baseman number 2, Chris Jackson.
Jackson batting .339 on the year. Takes the first pitch called strike. Hopkins only needed 9 pitches to get through the first inning. Next pitch misses outside, ball 1. Outside, ball 2. Jackson on the year. 3 home runs, 19 RBIs. Pitch swung at and missed, and count goes to 2-2. Be Jackson, followed by Giannis and Sliva. Pitch in the dirt, ball 3. So 3 balls, 2 strikes to count to Jackson.
So that's got to be first priority. All right. So I'll ask him.
And a swing and a miss by Jackson. He's down on strikes.
Brad's in control of that. Hold on a second.
I'll bring up Eduardo Yanez with 1 down.
Hitter number 22, Eduardo Yanez.
So that's my number 1 thing. People have been out there and there's just nobody there. So that's got to take priority to music.
All right, I'll talk to Kyle.
Yeah. See,
He knows anybody?
we got to get someone in there because we're losing money.
So Yanez for the Tigers, batting .313. First pitch swinging, lifts it into center field. And he'll be caught by Thayer for out number 2.
Batting 6, the catcher, number 25, Nathan Sliva.
That brings up Nathan Sliva, .221 batting average. 1 home run, 22 RBIs. First pitch, a called strike. Hopkins pitch. Taken low. Count even at 1-1. Aaron Whitehouse on deck. He'll bat next if Sliva can reach. Pitch outside, ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike to count. Sliva hitting 260 on the year with 2 outs. Hits a pitch into right field. And it will be caught by Newroth to end the inning.
We move on to the second inning of the scoreless ball game.
So 3 up, 3 down for the Tigers in the second. We remain scoreless through 2. First pitch to Thayer to open up the third inning, taken low. Next pitch in there for a called strike count at 1-1. Thayer struck out looking in his first at bat. Next pitch, just off the plate, ball 2. Now the 2-1 pitch, called strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count to the defender center fielder. Pitch blown away, ball 3. Three balls, 2 strikes to Jake Thayer. Pitch fouled off out of play. Three-two pitch lined over Anderson into left field for a base hit. So a leadoff single for the defenders.
Third baseman Trent Rosa.
That brings up Rosa. He struck out swinging in his first plate appearance. First pitch, be taken low. Looks like no appeal to the base umpire, so it'll be ball 1. Trujillo comes set, the pitch. This is outside, ball 2. Throw over to first and Thayer back in safely. Trujillo, a lot of pitches so far in this game, 52. We're in the third inning with no outs. Pitch swung at and missed, and count now 2-1. Second time through the order for the defenders. Trujillo's next pitch runner goes. Pitch was in the dirt. Throw down to second is in time as Jackson applies the tag on Thayer's helmet before he can reach the bag. Count goes to 3-1, but the base is now empty with the one out. Trujillo comes set. The pitch. Swung on, fouled off, out of play. Count now at 3-2. And swung at and foul tipped into the mid of Sliva for strike 3.
Shortstop, Cam Gingrich.
So there are 2 down. That brings up Gingrich. Gingrich walked, was left out at second base in the first inning. First pitch will miss away for ball 1. Next pitch fouled off. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Trujillo comes set, pitch on the way. In the dirt for ball 2. Again, this is the first of 4 games on the weekend. 7-inning contest here in Game 1. Game 2 scheduled for 9. Same tomorrow. Game 1 tomorrow, 7 innings. Game 2, 9 innings. Pitch fouled off out of play. Count now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kick and the pitch. Line back up the middle. And it's going to fall in front of Jerry for a base hit.
The left fielder, Colton Van Otterloo.
That brings up Van Otterloo. He singled in his first plate appearance, so he's 1 for 1. Two out hit for the defenders. And a pitch fouled off out of play. On the season, Trujillo has been tough on opponents, allowing a 160 batting average with 2 outs. But so far in this game, Dordt is 2 for 4 in 2-out situations. Van Otterloo had a 2-out base hit in his first at-bat as a pitch in the dirt for a ball. One ball and 1 strike. The kick and the pitch. Check swing went through. Or called a strike either way. The count now 1-2. Next pitch fouled back. Trujillo now at 65 pitches in the game. And pitch outside, wild pitches, goes back to the screen. So now Gingrich down at second base with 2 outs. Deuces wild to Van Otterloo. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs with the runner at second. The pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3.
No runs on 2 hits, no errors.
So 2 strikeouts in the inning for Trujillo.
Third inning.
For Dordt, no runs on 2 hits. There was no errors and 1 left on base. Go to bottom of 3. Dordt and Doane scoreless. Aaron Whitehouse to lead off for the Tigers as we go to the bottom of the 3rd. Whitehouse batting 147 on the season. First pitch he sees is a called strike on the outside corner. Whitehouse, 1 home run, 6 RBIs, making his 12th start of the season. Pitch is going to come in high, ball 1. Hopkins very efficient through the first 2 innings, only needing 20 pitches. Count now 2 and 1 to Whitehouse. Pitch swung at and missed. Strike 2. Two balls, 2 strikes. Pitch is going to be fouled off as Hopkins went with the breaking ball. Whitehouse, Jerry, and Dewey for the Tigers in the 3rd. Pitch is a called strike at the knees. And there's 1 down here in the 3rd. That brings up Trent Jerry, 238 batting average. Pitch is a called strike, count 0-1. And strike 2, inside corner. No balls, 2 strikes to count. Breaking ball swung at and missed. Tag was applied, and there are 2 down. That brings up Jacob Dewey. First pitch to Dewey is a ball on the outside corner. Count at 1-0. Next pitch is going to be shot foul down the 3rd base line. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Peel on the check swing. Base umpire says he did not go through, and the count now 2-1. And outside, ball 3. Three balls, 1 strike to count to Hopkins. And outside, ball 4, and the Tigers have their first base runner of the game.
Baseman Jake Smith.
So I'll bring up Jake Smith. Smith struck out in his first at-bat. And they're going to call a balk on Hopkins as he faked a throw over to first. So now runner in scoring position for the Tigers. No count to Smith. He has yet to see a pitch in this at-bat. First pitch is going to run inside, ball 1. Hopkins comes set, the pitch. Called strike on the inside corner. Now the 1-1. Pitch is going to be fouled off. Count goes to 1-2. Tigers looking for a 2-out base hit here in the bottom of the third. The 1-2 pitch. Ground ball back up the middle. It's going to be gloved, but no play. It'll be an infield hit for Smith. As Gingrich got to it, didn't have a throw. So the Tigers get their first hit of the game.
The shortstop, Tommy Anderson.
They can't get the ball out of the into the outfield. And so they'll have runners at the corners for Tommy Anderson. Anderson, one of the Tigers that needs to get hot in this final stretch if Doane is going to do some damage the final couple of weeks heading into the postseason. First pitch popped up, foul territory, going to blow out of play. Owen won the count. Smith over at first, 3 for 3 in stolen bases this year. Dewey down at third is 5 for 7. Pitch from Hopkins goes breaking ball outside, ball 1. Hopkins has doubled his pitches in this inning, now at 40. Pitch to Anderson, going to say he went through on the check swing. The count 1-2. Now the 1-2 pitch. Misses outside. Ball 2. Deuce is wild here in the bottom of the third. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses outside. Count now full at 3-2, and Smith will be off on the pitch over at first. Three-two pitch, swung at and missed to end the inning.
No runs on a hit, no errors.
So Hopkins strikes out the side for Doane. No runs on a hit, no errors, 2 left on base. We go to the 4th in a scoreless ball game. Zach Fowler to lead off for Dordt as we go to the 4th inning. First pitch can be taken low for a ball. Next pitch going to be lifted into shallow right field. It's going to be caught by Dewey for out number 1.
Designated hitter, Josh Van Epps.
First pitch taken low by Van Epps. Van Epps flew out to center field in his first at-bat. Next pitch will tail away for ball 2. Ground ball back up the middle. Anderson gloves it. Won't make a throw though. Actually wasn't able to completely glove it as the ball
Right fielder, Taylor.
kicked out of his glove. Infield base hit for Van Epps. That brings up Taylor Neuroth. He tripled in his first at-bat. The runner at first with 1 down. Pitch in the dirt, blocked by Sliva. Count 1-0. Trujillo comes set, takes a look at first. 1-0 pitch. Ground ball through the right side for a base hit. Dewey will pick it up, get it in quickly, holds Van Epps to second base. So first and second for the defenders.
Catcher Chris Schreiber.
That brings up Schreiber. Grounded out to first base in his first plate appearance. Pitch from Trujillo fouled back and the count 0-1. Tiger defense set up for a double play if they can get the ground ball at a player. Pitch fouled off, out of play. Count now 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes the count. Trujillo set. And the pitch. Low. Ball 1. Van Epps over at second. New Roth at first. And Trujillo will step off the pitcher's rubber. Next pitch popped up, foul territory. It's probably going to blow out of play, and will. And the wind blowing in from left field. Swirling also going from left to right. So east-northeast wind. Another 1-2 pitch from Trujillo. Comes in high this time. And that count now even at 2-2. Kick the pitch. Fouled off. Schreiber doing a good job to fight off a couple of tough pitches. Check of the runners. The 2-2. This is outside, ball 3. Schreiber thought he had ball 4. Has to get his bat back from Randall, who was in the on-deck circle. Now the 3-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled off. So 8 pitches so far in this at-bat. Schreiber has fouled off 5 of those pitches. And a pitch popped up, foul territory. This might stay in play, but can somebody get to it? Dewey chases it down, makes the catch. The throw to third is cut off. Nobody over at first. So Van Epps will tag on the play.
Second baseman Andrew Randall.
Now runners at the corners for Randall. You have the GPAC leader in stolen bases over at first base. You have Van Epps standing down at third. Left-handed pitcher. Sometimes that can make it a little bit more difficult for base runners, depending on their pickoff move. First pitch swung on, pop, foul out of play by Randall. Count 0-1. Randall flew out to right field to end the second inning. The 0-1 pitch swung on, blocked in the dirt by Sliva. Count now 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes the count. Trujillo comes set, checks the runners, the pitch. In the dirt, blocked by Sliva. Count now 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes. pitch. Runner goes. Swung on and missed. It was dropped. Throw down to first to complete the strikeout to end the inning. So for the defenders, no runs on, 2 hits. There were no errors, 2 left on base.
For Dordt, no
We go to the
runs,
bottom of
2
4
hits, no errors, 2 left
with
on base.
Doane and Dordt
Fourth inning.
scoreless here in Crete. Kevin Clausen to lead off for Doane as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning in a scoreless ball game. First pitch, a called strike on the inside corner. Clausen grounded out to second base in his first at bat. So his average sits at .379. Next pitch will hit Clausen. And it looked like it deflected and caught Schreiber as well. He's a little shaken up on it.
Jackson.
Clausen, 4th time he's been hit by a pitch this year. Chris Jackson steps in with the runner at first. Shows bunt, pulls it back. Takes the pitch outside. Count 1-0. Had Rosa charging in from third. So we'll see if that changes the mindset at all. Tigers stay with thinking bunt in this situation or not. Throw over to first and Clausen back in safely. 1-0 the count. Jackson shows bunt, but fouls it back. Kind of stabbed at it. Instead of letting the ball meet the bat. The count now 1-1. Another bunt shown, but pulled back again, and pitch comes in high for ball 2. Jackson steps back in as Clausen takes his lead over at first. Runner goes, hit and run was on, pitch fouled off. The count now 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes the count. Runner at first, no outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch, runner goes, pitch taken high, throw down to second is going to be in time. So Clausen caught stealing for the 2nd time this year. 3 balls, 2 strikes the count to Jackson. The pitch comes in for ball 4.
Designated hitter, Eduardo Yanez.
So that brings up Eduardo Yanez. He's the designated hitter in this first game for the Tigers. Hopkins comes set, first pitch to Yanez. Check swing went through, strike 1. Yanez flew out to center field in his first at-bat. As throw over to first. Jackson back in safely. Runner goes. Pitch taken low. Throw down to second, not in time. Count even at 1-1. Jackson with the stolen base. That's his 11th of the season. Now, Yanez ahead in the count, or even in the count, a ball and a strike. Runner in scoring position. Pitch taken low. Ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike to count. Yanez waits at the plate. Jackson leads off a second. Hopkins pitch. Swung on and missed. Count now even at 2-2. So count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ground ball to third. Rosa, throw across, is dropped. And Yanez will be safe at first. That'll be an error on the first baseman.
The catcher, Nathan Sliva.
Now we'll have a visit to the mound as Sliva will be stepping in. So Sliva steps in. Runners at first and second, 1 down. 220 batting average for the Tiger catcher. First pitch is a called strike on the outside corner. Owen won the count. The pitch. Off-speed pitch stays high. Count even at 1-1. You got Jackson over at second base. Yanez at first. He reached on an error. Pitch going to be lifted foul down the right field line. It'll fall out of play. Now a ball and 2 strikes to Sliva. Sliva on the year, hitting .254 with runners in scoring position. Looking for a base hit here, which could possibly put the Tigers on the board. Pitch comes in high. Count now even at 2-2. Hopkins set the 2-2. Ground ball back up the middle. Nice stop by Randall. They will get the force out at second. Sliva safe at first. But Randall takes away a hit and an RBI from Sliva.
First baseman, Aaron Whitehouse.
Now runners at the corners for Aaron Whitehouse. Courtesy runner for the Tigers will be Ty Hazy over at first.
Running at first base, number 34, Ty Hazy.
So Whitehouse will step in. He struck out in his first at bat. Doane with runners at the corners. First pitch swinging, fouled off. Count 0-1. Hazy over at first base, 4 for 4 in stolen bases this year. Jackson down at third. He's now 12 of 13 after picking up a steal earlier in this inning, as he stole second. The 0-1 swung on, fouled off. Whitehouse on the year hitting 143. But with runners in scoring position, he is hitting 455, and Tigers will look for him to add to that total right here. He's down the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Runner goes, Hazy in between first and second. And he will be caught stealing. Not sure if he was taking off trying to draw the throw, but then Jackson did not go from first. So it goes down as 1-6-3, caught stealing. When we come back, Clayton Anderson will have the call for you as we go to the top of the 5th inning. Scoreless here in Crete.
Jake Thayer will lead things off for Dordt. Once again, I'm Clayton Anderson. Thank you, Rick, for calling the first 4 innings of ball here at the Doane Baseball and Softball Complex as I was finishing up with my modern Asian history class. The second pitch from Trio is outside, ball 2. Thayer, so far, is 1 for 2. He struck out looking in the first and singled in the third. Thayer is batting leadoff for the defenders and playing center field. The line and the pitch right down the middle, strike 1. Looked like Thayer might have been taking all the way. And Trio just misses the outside corner on the 2-1 offering. The count will go to 3-1. Trio has walked 1 so far today, struck out 5. And that'll be his second walk of the afternoon. As Thayer will get on base for the second time as he jogs over to first base. And that'll bring up Trent Rosa. Rosa has struck out swinging both times against Trio, and Trio could really use that here with a runner on and nobody out. Trio throws over to first, not in time, as Whitehouse applies the tag. Thayer with a decent lead at first as he gets out again. Slide step in the pitch. That's going to be bunted, but right back to Trio. He looks at second, but decides to go to first for the easy one, as Thayer will advance to second on the sacrifice bunt by Rosa, and that'll bring up Cam Gingrich. One out here in the top of the fifth. Jake Thayer at second base. Cam Gingrich at the plate. Defense playing Gingrich to pull just a little bit on the infield, outfield straight up. Smith not expecting a bunt as he's back behind the bag. First pitch from Trio is a strike in there. Gingrich today is 1 for 1 with a walk and a single. As the 0-1 offering is fouled away, count goes to 0-2. Trio in 4 1/3 innings work has surrendered 6 hits. It's done a good job limiting the damage, hasn't gave up a run. Fly ball down the right field line looks like it's going to go out of play, and it does as it hops out of play right in front of the indoor hitting complex. Trio gets back on the rubber. Gets the sign from Sliva, comes set. And the 0-2 offering to Gingrich. Upstairs off the glove, and that's going to go to the backstop. As Nathan Sliva had a tough time handling that high fastball. Looked to kind of get crossed up. He was expecting a low and away target. The ball went upstairs, and he had a hard time squeezing that one. As Thayer will advance to third on the wild pitch. Infield even with the bag everywhere. Anything hard hit will go back to the plate. High fly ball to the left, and that'll go out of play. Gingrich stays alive. Gingrich batting third for the defenders, playing shortstop. Once again, 1 for 1 today. Walked in the first, singled in the third inning, but was left stranded at second base. Trio comes set, and the pitch. Ground ball to third, and that's going to go past the glove of Jake Smith. Trying to dive for that one, and that'll score the first run of the ball game for either side as Dordt will jump ahead 1-0 here in the top of the fifth. On the RBI single from Gingrich will score Rosa. And it's 1-0 defenders. Gingrich leads off from first. Stepping up to the plate will be Colton Van Otterloo. As Van Otterloo is 1 for 2. He singled in the first, struck out swinging in the third. As Trio comes set, he'll check the runner and deliver high and away. Ball 2, count now 2-0 to Van Otterloo. Middle infield, Tommy Anderson and Chris Jackson playing in double play depth, looking to roll 2 and get out of this inning. Fastball, good fastball in the inside corners. Count goes to 2-1. Ball looked to have a little bit of extra jump on it. started off the plate on the inside and tailed back to the inside corner and right back to that same spot. Is Trio in the count now 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out as Gingrich gets a modest lead at first. Slow ground ball. Trio will field it himself and make a good play to first for the out. As Smith was coming in, but Trio got there first. The lefty made the tough play. He caught the ball in the hop, spun, and fired over to Whitehouse, and there's 2 outs. That'll bring up Zach Fowler, the first baseman. Fowler grounded into a fielder's choice and flown out so far 0 for 2 as the big first baseman steps in with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. Trio comes set. The first offering is just a bit low. It may have been a little bit of an off-speed pitch there. 1-0 the count. Line drive. That's hit very well. That's going to fall in the gap. That'll score Gingrich as Fowler cruises into second with a stand-up 2-out RBI double, and the score is now 2-0 Dordt. Fowler saw a pitch that caught the middle of the plate, and he did not miss it. He lined that pitch in the left center gap. Really got out there quick as he hit it very well for the RBI double. And it's 2-0 as Coach Oltmans is going to go have a mound visit with Trio. We'll take a quick break, be right back. Logan Fast will come in for Doane, and he's been one of the best relievers so far for the Tigers. He comes in with a 2 ERA and 9 innings of work. The side-arming righty delivers the first pitch. It's a strike, swung on and missed by Josh Van Epps, the DH. 1 for 2 today, singled in the 4th. Running at second base is Travis Huera as he subbed in for Zach Fowler after the RBI double. So you'd imagine pretty good speed at second. So any single in the outfield by Van Epps is bound to score Huera. So sidearm delivery, ball 2. The count goes to 2-1. Once again, fast, 9 innings. He's given up 2 earned runs, 6 hits. He has 9 strikeouts to 3 walks. So, averages a strikeout per inning. As Van Epps fouls that one off. That math wasn't too hard to do as he's pitched 9 innings and has 9 strikeouts. Fast gets the sign, comes set. And the 2-2. Grounded to first. Whitehouse will do a good job sticking with the short hop. Take it to first for the 3rd out. So Logan Fast comes in and does his job. But not after 2 innings, 2 runs for Dordt. As they score 2 runs on 2 hits at the top of the 5th to break the scoring drought from both teams. As we'll head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Dordt leads 2-0. Coming up from the Tigers, it'll be Whitehouse, Jerry, and Dewey. Aaron Whitehouse will lead it off here in the bottom of the 5th as Doane faces their first deficit of the game as it's now 2-0 Dordt after 2 hits and 2 runs in the top of the 5th. First pitch to Whitehouse is low in the dirt from Hopkins. Hopkins has only surrendered 1 hit so far, 5 strikeouts and 2 walks. So 3 Doane batters have faced against him. As the 1-0 offering is in the dirt, 2 balls and no strikes. Strike on the outside corner. Line drive up the middle. That'll be a base hit. The second hit so far against Hopkins. And Whitehouse will be on with nobody out.
Jerry. Running at first base for Whitehouse, number 34, Ty Hosey.
And Coach Oltmans wastes no time going to the bench for the DH Whitehouse as he'll add some speed by running Ty Hosey at first base. As Coach Oltmans goes to his bench for more speed at first. And that'll bring up Trent Jerry, who also has good speed at the plate, the center fielder. Is batting .235 on the year. He is struck out swinging in the 3rd inning. Hosey, decent lead from first. Jerry squared around the bunt and pulled it back. It'll be interesting to see if Jerry is trying to bunt for a hit here or solely trying to bunt to move Hosey over, as Doane is down 2 runs. You have to wonder if they'd be willing to give up an out to move Hosey into scoring position, or if they'll let Jerry swing the bat. As Hopkins comes set, Jerry squares around again but pulls it back. He's done a good job with plate discipline is it's now 2-0. And we'll see if Coach Oltmans keeps the bunt sign on with a 2-0 count or if he allows Jerry to swing. Once again, good speed at first as Ty Haase is running for Aaron Whitehouse. As they'll both get the signs and step into the box. Fastball on the inside corner as looked like the bunt sign was removed for the time being. Possibly told to take a pitch as he takes a pitch on the inside corner. Jerry with runners on base is batting .310, which is much better than his normal average at .235. Throw over, almost got Haase leaning. Was just a couple moments late from getting Haase picked off at first. And that's the last thing you want to do if you're a pinch runner is get picked off at a base after, especially with the way Connor Hopkins has been pitching. Squared around a bunt that's going to be popped in the air and caught by Hopkins. So Jerry is unable to get the bunt down, and there's one out. So really a wasted at bat for Doane. As Jacob Dewey, the 9-hole spot, will step into the box. So that didn't work. And now there's one out, and they'll try to find another way to bring Haase home. Dewey steps into the left side of the plate. He walked his first time against Hopkins and eventually was stranded at third base. First pitch misses outside. Schreiber tried to frame it. A little bit of a dramatic effort. Home plate umpire was not buying it. 1-0. Hopkins comes set. Kind of interesting. Looked like he was almost checking the runner that wasn't there at second base. He kind of looks behind himself before he threw over to first. A little unorthodox. And the pitch. Line drive to left. That looks like it's going to get down, and a good job of hitting by Jacob Dewey. And that's what he loves to do, is really send the ball into the opposite field. He really lives off getting hits to left field from the left side of the box. And he's on first, the one-out single, and there's runners on first and second. And really good speed for Doane, too, as Haase is at second and Dewey is at first with good speed, and Jake Smith will step into the box. Smith is 1 for 2, has one of the 3 hits against Hopkins, but he did strike out in the first inning. Smith comes in batting .310. With runners in scoring position, he's batting .319. High curveball misses upstairs. Smith has 2 home runs, 3 triples, and 10 doubles on the year for a total of 17 extra base hits. Good cut, just a little late on a fastball. Count 1-1. Be interesting to see if the runners try to get in motion here at some point. As I mentioned, there is good speed on the base pass with Dewey and Haase. Dewey, good lead at first. He's not being held. Haase with a decent lead at second. Ground ball up the middle, off the glove. As Dewey will be tagged down, the throw to first. That'll be a double play, and that'll end the inning. So the threat is over for the Tigers. As that goes, Randall tags Dewey and throws to first. So it'll be a 4-3 double play. We'll head into the 6th after no runs on 2 hits by the Tigers here on the Doane Sports Network. We'll be right back. Taylor Newroth, the right fielder, will lead things off for the defenders against Logan Fast. It's going to be 7-8-9 for Dordt. Line drive up the middle, and that'll be a leadoff single. As the 0-1 pitch from Fast found a little bit too much of the plate. And that'll bring up Chris Schreiber, the catcher, as he gets the sign from the third base coach, and he'll step into the box. Newroth is having himself a day. He had a triple in the second, a single in the fourth, and now has a single here in the sixth. So he's 3 for 3. As Schreiber squares the bunt and pulls back and takes the ball low. And he's picked off, as Fast did a good job of stepping off and really got the runner Newroth caught up. And that'll be the first out. Good move by Fast, as there's one out as that leadoff single is now erased. First pitch is low, ball 1. Ball 2, rather. Schreiber 0 for 2. Grounded out and flew out as that ball goes behind his back. Count now 3-0. The 3-0 pitch. Inside, ball 4.
Second baseman Andrew Randall. Gresham batting for Randall. Number 25, Parker Scott.
Parker Scott
Running for Schreiber at first base is number
will
10,
hit
Dylan
for Andrew Randall. And running at first base will be Dylan Branderhorst. And now there's going to be a mound visit from Coach Holtmans. And he's going to make a pitching change. We'll be right back on the Doane Sports Network. And the call to the bullpen will be James Ramos, as Ramos comes with an 8.74 ERA, 2-4 record in 22 2/3 innings pitched. As Brander Horse will be at first base, pinch running and pinch hitting will be Parker Scott. First pitch up and away, ball one. The sixth inning of a 7-inning game one. The following game will be 9 innings. One count as Scott fouled that last one off. Ramos gives a look over to Branderhorst, comes set. Throw over. Good move, but not quite in time as Whitehouse applied the tag. Dordt has 2 runs on 9 hits and 1 error with 7 left on base. Doane has no runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 4 left on base. The one positive you can look at for Doane is the no errors line, as that has been a problem for them somewhat in the past. 1 ball, 2 strikes. As Scott steps back into the box. Ramos shakes off a couple signs, gets the one he likes, and comes set. The 1-2, low in the dirt, and that'll be a stolen base for Branderhorst, who got a really, really good jump. And with the pitch not being handled cleanly by Sliva had absolutely no chance to throw out Branderhorst, and that'll he'll be over at second base now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Ramos steps off the rubber. And it doesn't seem like his rhythm has been quite in sync, or the pitches that Sliva has been wanting him to throw and the pitches that Ramos wants to throw are not the same. As Ramos coming in is shaking Sliva off a lot so far. Ramos comes set, the pitch upstairs. And the pitch, ground ball right back to Ramos. Ramos will go to first and throw out Scott, as he thought about trying to get Branderhorst advancing to third, but he takes it out at first.
Center fielder Jake Thayer.
As Jake Thayer, the leadoff batter, will step in. He's 1 for 2 today. Watches the first pitch upstairs from Ramos. Ramos comes set. Fastball, good pitch on the outside corner, strike 1. And it is senior day here at the complex, as seniors will be honored in between games. So a fun day at the ballpark for these seniors. The 1-1. Good pitch, low and in for a strike. And the count goes to 1-2. And Ramos is a strike away from getting out of this inning and allowing the Doane bats to come up with just a 2-run deficit. Branderhorst on third. Thayer at the plate. The 1-2 pitch to Thayer is on his way. Ramos, 2 big breaths, and the pitch fouled back as Thayer stays alive. Thayer is struck out looking, singled, and walked. And the pitch is belted to right center. It's going to be a long run for Jerry, but he coasts over there and makes the catch,
No errors, one left on base.
as that'll do it for the top of the sixth. We'll head to the bottom half of the sixth inning.
Our Doane Athletic Club baseball sponsors for this year include
2-0, Dordt.
and the Creek Chiropractic
We'll be right back on the Doane Sports Network.
sponsors also include Runza.
Tommy Anderson at the plate. The 1-0 pitch is fouled away. Anderson is 0 for 2. Two balls, one strike. As Hopkins is in his sixth inning to work and just misses. Good eye by Anderson. High fly ball. Drifting will be New Roth. He'll run out of room down that right field line. With that right field line, especially with the construction of the hitting complex, is kind of the wild, wild west over there. As there's some dirt rubble and some remains, but it looks like New Roth is fine. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Anderson. Anderson popped up in the first inning and struck out in the third. Hopkins has only surrendered 3 hits as he's been very good so far. A full count pitch. That ball is belted by Anderson into the gap. That is going to be extra bases as the one hops the wall. Anderson rounds second. He's looking to go to third. The throw to the cutoff will be cut off, and sliding into third base is Anderson with a leadoff triple, and hopefully that ignites the Tigers' offense, which has been somewhat stagnant so far today, as Kevin Clausen will step up to the plate with Anderson on third and nobody out. As Anderson jumped on that full count pitch, was expecting a fastball, got a fastball, and did not miss it. Good job by Tommy Anderson. The leadoff triple in the gap at left center. Clausen was hit by a pitch his last time up. Hopkins winds and delivers a curveball. Mainly a get-me-over pitch in there, strike one, as Clausen wasn't looking curveball first pitch. Ground ball to third. Throw to first will be in time to get Clausen, and that will not score Anderson.
Second baseman Chris Jackson.
Fastball in the outside corner, strike one. Chris Jackson walked in the fourth inning, struck out in the second. Jackson is batting .336 on the year, but with runners in scoring position, only .294. Fastball catches the outside corner, and quickly, Jackson is down 0-2. Jackson has 19 RBIs so far, looking to make it 20 right here. Jackson will be followed by Yanez. And Hopkins just misses the outside corner. Good eye by Jackson. It's the pitch from Hopkins, just missed. Hopkins comes set. The 1-2. In the dirt, ball two. As Jackson fights back to make it an even count. Line drive right at the third baseman. That's a little bit of tough luck for Jackson. As Yanez looks to try to score the leadoff triple, as there's been two failed attempts before him. Anderson started the inning with a leadoff triple in the gap to left center. Clausen grounded the ball to third base. And Jackson lined out to third base, both to Rosa. His first pitch to Yanez is outside. And really all either one of them needed to do with the infield playing back was hit a ground ball not to the pitcher or third baseman, and there probably would have been a run scored. Big swing by Yanez comes up with nothing, and the count's 1-1. Yanez has 37 strikeouts on the year, 10 more hits than strikeouts with 47. Does have 9 big flies. Line drive to right. And that'll be caught by Newross. So the Tigers strand the leadoff triple. No runs, no hit, 1 hits, and one left on. We'll head to the top of the 7th. Still 2-0 on the Doane Sports Network. Trent Rosa will lead things off in the top of the 7th here in the last scheduled inning of play in Game 1. 2-0 defenders. Ramos winds and delivers. High fastball swung on and missed by Rosa. That probably would have not been a strike. The pitch was up close by his shoulders. Rosa is 0 for 2 with a sac, bunt, and 2 strikeouts. Both of those strikeouts were swinging. Count now 1-1. Ramos gets the sign. Winds in the pitch. Strike on the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 1-2. Got him looking, and that's the 3rd strikeout for Rosa. And the first for Ramos, and there's 1 away in the top of the 7th. And that'll bring up Cam Gingrich, who has singled his last 2 times up. A perfect 2 for 2 today with a walk. Came around to score in the 5th inning, also had an RBI. Good day for Cam Gingrich as he wears the fastball up and in by Ramos, and he'll trot over to first base. As Van Otterloo will step into the box for the defenders. Whitehouse will hold Gingrich at first. Ramos gives him a look. And the pitch. Off the hands, fouled straight back. Good pitch by Ramos. Ramos comes set, throw over to first. He's not in time. Once again, this is game 1 of 2 at the Doane Softball Baseball Complex. Big swing and a miss on a high fastball. No balls, 2 strikes as Ramos looks for his 2nd strikeout of the inning. Van Otterloo has already struck out once today. That was against Trio, who started this one. It's Trio fast, and now Ramos. Ramos comes set. The pitch is away, ball 1. The 1-2. Misses low, ball 2. Ramos, I think, wanted that call right there. Ramos comes set, checks the runner. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed. That'll be strikeout number 2 for Ramos. And Ramos is 1 out away from sending it to the bottom of the 7th. Ramos gives a look at Gingrich at first. Gingrich held on by Whitehouse. The first offering is in there for a strike. Zach Fowler doubled his last time. Pitch from Ramos misses outside. Gingrich with a decent lead at first. Ramos comes set. The pitch is fouled straight back. And there's 2 strikes on Fowler. Ramos comes set. The 1-2. Runner goes. Line drive into right. That'll be caught by Dewey for the 3rd out. So 2 strikeouts and a fly out. No runs, no hit. 1 left on base. We'll head into the bottom of the 7th. Last chance for the Tigers here in game 1. As Nathan Sliva, Aaron Whitehouse, and Trent Jerry will be up for the Tigers when we return on the Doane Sports Network. Connor Hopkins will try to finish it himself as he's went 6 innings, 4 hits of no-run ball. So he'll face Nate Sliva. First pitch, big swing and a miss. As Sliva tried to jump out on that first pitch fastball. Sliva 0 for 2, flew out and grounded into a fielder's choice. The 0-1. Just misses upstairs. Be Sliva, Whitehouse, Cherry. If any of those guys get on, Jacob Dewey. So for Hopkins, just the way you want it, the bottom half of the order coming up. Bottom third. Hopkins winds and throws a good fastball past Sliva. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wind up in the pitch. Ground ball to second. That'll be fielded by Randall, thrown over to Fowler for the first out, and 2 outs away from a shutout is Connor Hopkins. I'll bring up Aaron Whitehouse. Whitehouse is 1 for 2. He singled his last time up. The first pitch from Hopkins. Fastball in the inside corner. Good pitch for strike 1. The 0-1. High pop up. Looks like it'll be handled by Rosa, and he'll make the catch. Dealing with the swirling wind for the second out. And Trent Jerry step in the box trying to get on. Give the Tigers a chance here in the bottom of the 7th. Once again, Connor Hopkins has thrown a gem so far. Only 4 hits and 6 2/3 innings of work. The first pitch from Hopkins is upstairs. Hopkins has had a good tempo. He's getting the ball back, working in his speed, attacking the zone, and for the most part, the Doane hitters have been very off balance. Fastball in there, strike 1. Seems like the minute Jerry steps in the box, here comes Hopkins with a pitch. Here he goes again, the 1-1. High pop up. That'll be caught by Randall, and that's the ball game.
In that inning, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base.
2-0 Dordt wins game 1. As they'll advance to 8, 9, and 10 in the GPAC, 16 and 20 overall, and Doane continues to struggle as they'll fall to 8 and 13 in the GPAC and 17 and 25 on the year. The winning pitcher, obviously Connor Hopkins for Dordt, as he goes the complete game shutout. For Doane, in a tough luck loss will be Jake Trio, who went 5 1/3, gave up 2. And he'll take the loss. 4 2/3 rather. 8 hits, 2 runs, both of those earned. That's Churrio's line for Hopkins. He went 7, 4 hits, 5 strikeouts, 2 walks, no earned runs. The final totals, Dordt, 2 runs, 9 hits, 1 error, 9 runners left on base. For Doane, no runs, 4 hits, no errors, and 5 left on base. Some guys that led the way for Dordt. Newroth was 3 for 3. Gingrich was 2 for 2 with an RBI, and Fowler was 1 for 4 with a double and an RBI. So some offensive leaders for Dordt. And for Doane, not much going as there was only 4 hits. As Jake Smith, Tommy Anderson, Aaron Whitehouse, and Jacob Dewey, the only Doane batters to record a hit in Game 1. We'll be back for Game 2 shortly following a presentation of our seniors. This is Senior Day. Once again, I'm Clayton Anderson. I'll be joining you in the 9-inning affair, which is going to be coming up shortly in about 20 minutes on the Doane Sports Network. Thanks for watching Game 1, and I hope that you will enjoy game 2.
beginning with number 20, left fielder Kevin Clausen. Kevin is accompanied by his parents Eden and Keith Clausen. Kevin, a four-year mainstay in the lineup, has spent most of his career patrolling left and spent some time as a Tiger designated hitter. Kevin has a career average of .347. He is 7th all-time in RBIs with 108, and his 9 home runs are tied for 10th all-time at Doane. He is 3rd in career doubles with 40, 4th in hits with 208, total bases 277, and walks 78. This year, Kevin is hitting .381 with 15 doubles, one short of tying the single season record, 2 home runs, and 27 RBIs. Kevin will leave Doane with a business degree and an economics minor. After graduation, Kevin plans to pursue a career as a financial advisor. As a side note, Kevin loves sushi and is a self-proclaimed fantasy baseball guru. Give it up for senior Kevin Clausen. Number 10, side-armed right-handed relief pitcher Logan Fast is accompanied by his parents Tim and Shelley. Logan, in his 4 years as a Tiger, has a 1-2 record and a 4.15 ERA and 32 career appearances. Logan has 32 strikeouts and 34 2/3 innings in his Tiger baseball career. This season, Logan has 1 win and a 2 ERA and 8 appearances. He is striking out an average of a batter an inning and has a low 1.71 or 171 opponent's batting average. Logan is a business major and economics minor. After Doane, he is working in business development in Omaha. Logan is a cereal enthusiast whose favorite is Cocoa Krispies. Give it up for senior Logan Fast. Number 4, catcher Brendan Fitzpatrick is accompanied by his mother Lori. This season, Brendan has a .500 on-base percentage and a 2-to-5 strikeout to walk ratio. He also has a .957 fielding percentage from behind the dish. Brendan will graduate with a business and economics double major and a computational thinking minor. After Doane, Brendan is going to work for Modern Woodman of America as a financial advisor. He also has won a grilling competition for his famous Fitzburger. Give it up for senior Brendan Fitzpatrick. Jackson Manseri, accompanied by Mala LeMay. Jackson was unable to play this year due to injury. However, his career record as a Tiger is 1-0 with a 5.84 ERA in 8 appearances. He has 14 strikeouts and 12 innings pitched. Jackson majored in biochemistry, is attending Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois this fall to study biomedical engineering. Jackson has had multiple shoulder surgeries, and in high school he specifically vowed that he would never go to a school in Nebraska. Now he's graduating from one. Give it up for Jackson Manseri. Number 5, outfielder Brandon Matez is accompanied by best friend Sam Valadez and James Ramos. In his 3 years on the varsity team, Brandon has a 184 career batting average. In his first 2 years on the varsity, had a 1,000 fielding percentage and 2 career outfield assists and only 1 error. Brandon is an exercise science major who is taking EMT classes and is going to Fire Academy School back in California with a future goal of becoming a firefighter. He is a great barber and shaved most of the heads on the baseball team and is the first in his family to graduate from a university. He also supports the best mustache on the team. Give it up for Brandon Matez. Number 6, third baseman Jake Smith, accompanied by his parents Josie and Dave. In his 4-year career as a Tiger, he is 2nd in assists with 340, 4th in triples with 7, 5th in career double plays turned, and 9th in games played. He has a career .296 batting average with 3 home runs, 77 RBIs, and 26 doubles. This season he's batting .307 and started every game while slugging .451. Jake double majored in accounting and business administration. After graduation, he is moving to Loveland, Colorado to work for a public accounting firm and will pursue his CPA. Jake is the accounting club major and was a member In high school, Jake was in the accounting club and was a member of the water polo team in high school. Jake also received the very prestigious Ben Grimes Memorial Baseball Scholarship for this academic year. Give it up for senior Jake Smith. And this would be a great opportunity to give a general round of applause to all of our baseball seniors this season. Once again, Kevin Clausen, Logan Fast, Brendan Fitzpatrick, Jackson Manseri, Brandon Matez, and Jake Smith. Congratulations, guys, and best wishes in your future. We hope you'll stay in touch with us here at dear old Doane.
And we're just about ready to get underway in Game 2. Once again, I'm Clayton Anderson. This is the Doane Sports Network, as we're going to have Game 2 between your Doane University Tigers and the Dordt Defenders out of Iowa. And this GPAC matchup, the first for your starting lineups, first from the Dordt Defenders. Leading off in center field is Jake Thayer, batting second, the third baseman Trent Rosa, batting third, the shortstop Cam Gingrich, batting fourth, the left fielder Colton Van Otterloo, batting fourth, the first baseman Zach Fowler, batting fifth, the catcher Josh Van Epps, batting seventh, the right fielder Taylor Newroth, batting eighth, the DH Parker Scott, and batting in the ninth spot, the second baseman Andrew Randall. Pitching for Dordt will be Tyler Wiedner. And for your Doane University Tigers, leading off will be Jake Smith, playing third base, batting second, the shortstop Tommy Anderson, batting third, the left fielder Kevin Clausen, batting fourth, the second baseman Chris Jackson, batting fifth, the first baseman Eduardo Yanez, batting sixth, the DH Evan Germansky, batting seventh, the center fielder Brandon Matez, batting eighth, the catcher Brendan Fitzpatrick, and batting ninth, the right fielder Jacob Dewey. So once again, it'll go Smith, Anderson, Clausen, Jackson, Yanez, Germansky, Matez, Fitzpatrick, and Dewey for the Tigers. And around the horn for Doane. At first base is Eduardo Yanez. At second base is Jackson. At shortstop, Tommy Anderson. At third, Jake Smith. Behind the plate is Brendan Fitzpatrick. In left field, Kevin Clausen. In center, Brandon Matez. And in right field, Jacob Dewey. And for your Dordt lineup, it'll go Thayer, Rosa, Gingrich, Van Otterloo, Fowler, Van Epps, Newroth, Scott, and Randall. Leading things off against Aaron Whitehouse will be Jake Thayer, as Aaron Whitehouse will get the start for the Doane Tigers. Whitehouse going out of the stretch here with nobody on. First pitch upstairs. Game 1, Dordt won 2-0. Ground ball to first, and that'll be past the glove of Yanez. It'll range over to his left. That'll be a leadoff single for Jake Thayer.
Batting second, third baseman, number 20.
Now the third baseman, Trent Rosa, will step in, as Whitehouse will try to work around the leadoff single. Whitehouse comes in with an 8.17 ERA. 1-2 record and 25 and a third innings pitched. 19 strikeouts, 7 walks. Has surrendered 5 big flies. Ground ball towards third. That's going to get past the glove of Jake Smith, who was playing in. Here comes Thayer around second. He'll cruise into third. The throw will go to second, and he is out. A good play by Kevin Clausen to say heads up. He got to the ball rather slowly. The ball kind of died out there in left field. And Rosa tried to take advantage of the ball dying in the outfield grass. They take an extra base, but Clausen was having none of it on senior day as he threw a one-hop ball over the second baseman, Chris Jackson, who applied the tag for the first out as Rosa was trying to stretch that single into a double. So they'll be one away with a runner on third. That runner is Thayer. And now batting is Cam Gingrich. Whitehouse comes set. The 0-1 is up and away with a curveball. Whitehouse already given up 2 hits. The only reason why there's an out is the good play by Clausen. Line drive. That'll get past the glove of Anderson. And that'll score a run with an RBI single from Gingrich, and that'll be 3 hits right out the gate against Whitehouse.
Batting fourth, the left fielder, number 28, Colton Van Otterloo.
No balls, no strikes as Van Otterloo steps on the plate. Pickoff attempt over to Yanez, not in time. Gingrich at first. So 3 hits quickly out the gates as pitches a strike on the inside corner. Thayer had a leadoff single. He had advanced to third on the single from Rosa, who was out trying to stretch a single into a double by Clausen. That's the only out on the inning. And then Gingrich had a base hit down the third base line to score Thayer, and it's 1-0 Dordt. Fitzpatrick has not had a lot of playing time this year. He's behind the dish. We'll see if him and Whitehouse can get on the same page here. Fitzpatrick sets the target. Whitehouse misses up and away. Two balls, one. Umpire says 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Whitehouse comes set, looks over at Gingrich. High leg kick in the pitch. That's going to be off the hands. And Fitzpatrick will field the ball foul. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Whitehouse comes set. Curveball misses upstairs. He's having a hard time getting that pitch to find the plate as he's leaving it up. Whitehouse comes set. Big swing and miss, strike 3, as that's the first
Number 40, Zach Fowler.
defender not to get a hit, as the first 3 defender batters got hits against Whitehouse, and Whitehouse records a strikeout against Van Otterloo, and that'll bring up Zach Fowler. Fowler comes set. Decent lead from Gingrich at first. The throw over is not in time. Whitehouse has that lefty move over to first, trying to catch the runners leaning, but Gingrich was having none of it. Whitehouse comes set. Good pitch, and even though Fitzpatrick had a hard time squeezing up, that pitch will be called a strike. The home plate umpire. And that's not always the case. Some umpires, they have a hard time calling a strike if the catcher can't receive it. High pop up to right. Dewey's going to have to drift way down the line, and that'll be off the warning track. And 1 hop the wall, and here comes Gingrich around third, and he'll cruise to score. So 4 hits against Whitehouse already. That's a double by Fowler, plates Gingrich, and it's 2-0. That'll bring up Van Epps. Josh Van Epps, the catcher.
Batting 6, the catcher, number 5, Josh Van Epps.
Will take off his leg pads and step to the plate. So a good start for Dordt. Is 2 runs on 4 hits already against Whitehouse. He's had a hard time avoiding the middle of the plate, and the defenders are making him pay early. Once again, Thayer had a leadoff single. He was moved to third by the single by Rosa. Rosa tried to stretch that into a double, was thrown out by Clausen. Gingrich with an RBI single down the line to score Thayer, and Van Otterloo struck out, and then Fowler came in with the RBI double, and it's 2-0 with 2 outs. 1 ball, no strikes to Van Epps. The pitch from Whitehouse is grounded to third on a high hop. Smith, the throw in the dirt, and that'll get past Yanez, and a run will score. As Fowler will cruise home on the air by Smith. And Smith has had a tough time all year making that throw across from third base. Played shortstop last year, but Tommy Anderson, coming back to the ball club, has been getting the majority of the time at short. And Smith, that was a tough hop from Yanez, as it wasn't really a long hop, but wasn't a short hop either. As it kind of right over by the lip of the grass hit the ground very hard, and it was going to be a tough play for Yanez to pick up his third baseman. So the air, 4 hits in an air already against Whitehouse, as Newroth will step to the plate looking for his RBI. Newroth, the right fielder. 1 ball, no strikes. Van Epps at second. 3-0 defenders lead here in the top of the first, and that curveball is stopped by Fitzpatrick, but look to walk Newroth, and that'll bring up Parker Scott, the DH. Whitehouse comes set. His first offering to Scott. Fouled away. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Fastball in the dirt. Whitehouse looks to be struggling to get on the same page with Fitzpatrick as he shakes off a couple signs. It has to be mentioned that Fitzpatrick not caught a lot of games for Doane, and Whitehouse gets the sign and comes set to 1-1. So he turns around, spins, and there's absolutely nobody covering second base. It's a relatively wasted effort there as he'll step back on the rubber. 3-0 Dordt here in the top of the first. Pitch from Whitehouse. He is low, ball 2. Whitehouse comes set and misses low again. 3 balls, 1 strike, and the last thing that Whitehouse could afford to do here in this 3-run top of the first is walk the eighth batter, Randall Scott, or Parker Scott, rather. Fastball catches the inside part of the strike zone, and it'll go full. The 3-2. Grounded to short. Here Anderson will come in. He'll make the play for the 3rd out, but not after copious amounts of damage by Dordt as they score 3 runs on 4 hits in an air. We'll go to the bottom of the first as Doane is down in a hole early, 3-0, and they'll try to dig their way out of it with Jake Smith, Tommy Anderson, and Kevin Clausen. We'll be right back on the Doane Sports Network. Jake Smith will lead things off for the Tigers against Wiedner, as Tyler Wiedner's the starting pitcher for Dordt. We don't have much on this guy, so we'll see what he can do. Two balls, no strikes. The count now goes to 2-1 against Smith. And the pitch, good breaking ball in there, strike 2. Count now 2-2. Fastball just misses the outside corner. Good eye by Smith. Count goes to 3-2. Smith trying to make up for his throwing error he made in the first inning. He has a chance right away to do something with his bat here at the bottom of the first. Full count pitch. Catches the outside corner. Strike 3 looking. That'll be a strikeout for Wiedner.
Number 12, Tommy Anderson.
As Wiedner comes in with a 3.55 ERA. 0-1 on the year. In 12 2/3 inning pitch, he's given up 11 hits. So he has been hit a decent amount, but only 5 earned runs as he's done a good job limiting damage. With 6 strikeouts and 5 walks on those 12 innings and change. So the opponents are batting .239 against Wiedner, so that's the line on Wiedner. As Tommy Anderson jumps on the fastball. Line drive to center. That's going to be a long run, and that's going to get down. And that'll be extra bases. Anderson rounded second. Looks like he's going to stay there. And a one-out double by Anderson as he continues to be hot for Doane.
Number 20,
Anderson jumped on that fastball and took it the other way. And Thayer could not run it down in center field. That'll bring up Kevin Clausen. As Wiedner gets back on the mound. Clausen batting .376. Fastball. Strike on the outside corner. Clausen has 27 RBIs, looking to make it 28. He's done a pretty good job with the runners on base, 410. When those runners are in scoring position, he's batting .373. Goes low and in. 15 doubles and 2 home runs. Wiedner comes set. Fastball jumped on, but just a little early for Clausen. The count goes 1-2. He was all over that pitch, just turned on it a little too early, and he can try to step back in the box and learn from that one. Following Clausen will be Chris Jackson and Eduardo Yanez, if either one of these guys get on. Wiedner gets the sign from Van Epps, his battery mate. Comes set. Ground ball off the hands. Gingrich will come through. He'll make the play by a step, but that'll move Tommy Anderson 90 feet closer to home.
batting fourth,
With 2 outs and Chris Jackson at the plate.
number 2, Chris
Good pitch
Jackson.
by Wiedner to really get in on the hands on this kind of cold, damp, windy day. It was about 50 degrees at the moment with the wind kind of cross blowing in from right. And a cloudy, overcast sky. Ground ball towards the hole and past the glove of Fowler, as that'll get one back for Doane. It's now 3-1, and I believe that's going to be ruled a single, and this it is, as Jackson Didn't smack the cover off the ball, but it was going to be a very tough play off the high hop for Fowler, who had to range to his right and was unable to make the play. So that'd be an RBI single for Jackson, and Eduardo Yanez will step into the box. And Eduardo Yanez, kind of the book on him. He's been very good with the fastball this year. Struggled some with the off-speed pitches. Has 9 home runs, though. So when he's put the ball in play, he does damage. But that can be part of the problem with 37 strikeouts is putting the ball in play. 307 average, even with those 37 strikeouts, as Yanez with the open stance takes a fastball strike 2, and Yanez quickly down in the count 0-2, and we'll see if Wiedner tries to go to that off-speed pitch here against Yanez with the 0-2 count. Jackson at first, he has 11 stolen bases, only been caught once, but doesn't have that big of a lead at first. That ball's hit very well by Yanez, but right at the left fielder, Van Otterloo, and Doane gets one back. It's now 3-1 on 1 run on 2 hits. They'll strand the 1. We'll head to the second. 9-1-2 hitters up for Dordt as it'll be Randall, Thayer, Rosa when we get back on the Doane Sports Network. The 9-hole hitter, Andrew Randall, will lead things off against Whitehouse, who had a little bit of a tough time in the first. Wasn't hit particularly hard, but did give up 4 hits and 3 runs as the defenders jumped out to a good start here in Game 2. High pop-up. Fitzpatrick is under it, and he'll make the catch and somehow avoid stepping on Yanez's face, who was laid down. And Fitzpatrick was calling it the whole way. You could almost hear him up here, even with the windows closed, and Yanez decided to listen to him very late and almost risked injury because of it. But 1 out nonetheless, as Fitzpatrick did a good job holding concentration. As Whitehouse will come set and face Thayer for the second time. Thayer will try to square around a bunt, but decides not to do that as the pitch is in the dirt for a ball. Thayer singled in the first and came around to score. He was one of the 3 runs in the first inning. Thayer, the center fielder. Fastball low, ball 2. And a doubleheader tomorrow and 4 games next week. Whitehouse is needs to try to go as long as he can in this one, as the bullpen will be inevitably taxed by the end of next week. Have to keep as many fresh arms as they can as Whitehouse throws ball 3. Miles gets the sign from Fitzpatrick. The pitch to Thayer. 3-0 pitch is in there, strike 1. Good pitch from Whitehouse as that caught the inside corner. Ball misses up, and you don't want to walk anybody, but it's also not good to walk the leadoff man who is also the center fielder for the other team, as I'm sure Thayer has some good speed at first. That'll bring up Rosa, as Trent Rosa had a single his last time up as well. Tried to stretch it to a double, was thrown out by Clausen as Whitehouse will throw over, just not in time as Yanez tried to get the tag down. Line drive, foul as Rosa jumped on that pitch from Whitehouse. It looked to catch a little bit too much of the plate, but Rosa was out in front of it. Unfortunately for Whitehouse, as that'll just be a strike instead of a possible double or triple down the left field line. Outside. 1-1. Three balls, one strike. Pitch runner's going, but it won't matter as that'll be a walk. So second walk for Whitehouse with one out. And Gingrich will come up now as he is 1 for 1. Coming around third to score on the single will be Thayer, and it's 4-1 with the RBI single from Gingrich as he smacked that to center field, and it's going to be a mound visit for Oltmans, and there looks like some activity going on in the bullpen. We'll see what he decides to do. As it looks like it's going to be a pitching change as Warner will come in for the Tigers. We'll have a quick break and be right back. So that'll do it for Aaron Whitehouse, as Whitehouse is unable to get out of the second inning. He goes 1 in the third, giving up 4, but he does have 2 possible runs to add to his total as Justin Niewarner comes in. Niewarner has a 10.8 ERA. Again, 15 innings pitched as the first pitch is in there for a strike. Niewarner will face Van Otterloo. Otterloo 0 for 1. The 0-2 pitch from Niewarner. In the dirt, good block by Fitzpatrick. Really good job to make sure the runners don't advance. Fouled away by Van Otterloo. The 1-2. Fouled away. Fastball just misses. Niewarner wanted that one, but just a little bit off the plate. Pitch in the dirt. Another good stop by Fitzpatrick. The throw to third is not in time, as Fitzpatrick did about everything he could do there. Good play, but Smith was unable to get the tag in time. The count now 3-2 as Gingrich will also move up to second and Rosa will be on third. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out now. Pitch in the dirt, ball 4. And Fitzpatrick did this very honestly smart play by throwing over to first, just in case the Van Otterloo went around and really nobody said anything or did anything, as it was kind of confusing. Curveball in the dirt is Niewarner is going to need to find a way to get out of this, and walking people is not going to be the solution. As Fowler steps in with a 1-for-1 on the day, as that ball is going to be fly to right, deep, and off the wall. 1 run comes home, 2 runs come home, 3 runs come home. And a bases clearing double off the wall and feet away from being a grand slam. Just like that, it's now 7-1. And Whitehouse's day looks even worse with the 2 runs that he inherited being scored and 1 run going against Niewarner. And another line drive to right. This one will be caught by Dewey. No tag, and a good strong throw by Dewey into to Anderson with 2 outs now, and Newroth stepping up to the plate for the defenders. Curveball in there for a strike. Fastball on the dirt, strike 3. Fitzpatrick will throw it to first. That'll go over the glove of Yanez. And that'll score another run, and it's now 8-1. As the ball sailed on Fitzpatrick.
Designated hitter, Parker Scott.
And the ball will get past Fitzpatrick and an inside pitch. And advancing will be Fowler to third. Correction, Newroth, who advanced on who got to first on a strikeout. Line drive, foul. Good job by Scott. Parker Scott, the DH, grounded to short his first time, and really one of the few defenders that have not done something productive in this game so far. Ground ball to first. Yanez will field it, take it to first for finally the third out of the inning. 5 runs on 2 hits, 1 error. We'll head to the bottom of the second in this 9-inning game, 8-1. Dordt. Evan Gurmanski, the DH, will start things off as he takes a fastball low. And that ball's hit well by Gurmanski. And going back off the wall as Gurmanski will stop at first with a long single.
seventh is center fielder number 5, Brandon Matez.
And it looked like Germansky kind of stumbled coming out of the box. One ball, one strike. As Brandon Matez, his first at bat of the day, Matez is batting 136. Fastball way outside. Wiener comes set. Germansky at first with a long single. Matez watches a pitch in the dirt. Count now 2-1. Fastball upstairs.
Batting 8th, the catcher, number 4, Brendan Fitzpatrick.
So good at bat for Brandon Matez as he walks. And there's runners on first and second. Doane trying to chip away here in the second inning. Down 8-1 as Brandon Fitzpatrick steps into the box. Correction, Brendan Fitzpatrick. Fastball in the outside corner for a strike. Curveball misses inside. Fitzpatrick tried to bunt and fouled it away, and that's 1-2. Big swing on a curveball on strike 3.
Batting 9th, the right fielder, number 9, Jacob Dewey.
High fly ball by Dewey, and that's going to be drifted over by Newroth and caught.
Third baseman Jake Smith.
Two outs. Ball misses high. The 1-0. Misses outside. Jake Smith struck out looking his first time. Curveball, good pitch for a strike. And the ability for Wiedner to have the confidence to throw that 2-0 is probably helped out by the fact that his team is up 7 runs, but nonetheless. Ground ball to second, and that'll be a force out as Randall tossed the ball to Gingrich for out number 3, and we'll go into the third. 8-1 Dordt. It'll be 9-1-2 against Warner, who comes out with 2/3 of an inning pitched. One of those runs that he gave up was his. The other 2 were charged to Whitehouse. The first pitch is a strike to Randall. Randall's 0 for 1. Andrew Randall, the second baseman, is in the third inning. 8-1 Dordt as they've jumped out to an offensive explosion. But only 6 hits, just very timely hits and walks from Doane hitters. Fastball away. And a foul tip into the glove for a strike. The 2-2. Curveball, strike 3. Good pitch from Warner.
Center fielder Jake Thayer.
That'll be out number 1. It's a good pitch from Warner. Retires Randall. Randall's now 0 for 2. That'll bring up Jake Thayer, the leadoff hitter, who's 1 for 1 with a walk, 2 runs scored. As Fitzpatrick and Warner will have a conference on the mound. And correction, Fitzpatrick is not catching anymore. It is Marty Schilt. They're wearing the same gear. It was kind of hard to notice at first, so my apologies. As Marty Schilt was the one that went out and talked to Niewarner. So Fitzpatrick Day is, you'd assume, over, but you can re-enter, so that could happen. The pitch, fouled away. And another meeting at the mound, so Marty Schilt and Justin Niewarner are pretty close to just talking out every single pitch here. Forget the signs. And a ground ball to no man's land is going to be a tough play. And that was just an unfortunate situation for the Doane defense, as the ball took a high hop over the glove of Niewarner, and then the ball died before Jackson could get to it and throw out Thayer. So that's a very, very soft hit infield single for Jake Thayer, and he's now 2 for 2. Niewarner comes set. The pitch is just misses the inside part of the plate. It's Trent Rosa, the third baseman, in the box now. Not necessarily a fast-moving game here so far. High pop-up. Dewey coming in. He'll make the catch for the second out. Fastball on the outside corner for strike one against Gingrich. Gingrich 2 for 2 with 2 singles and 2 RBIs. Runner goes. The throw from Schilt is a good one, but a great jump by Thayer. And that bag was stolen before the ball even got to the glove of Marty Schilt. Two outs. They are on second. Good stop by Schilt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Niewarner comes set. The pitch. Breaking ball looked like he left it up. Luckily, it was just fouled away by Gingrich. Ground ball, foul. The Tigers will have the 2, 3, 4 hitters in the home half of the third. looking to chip away at this 7-run lead. But it's Niewander's job to get him there. Pitch in the dirt, good stop by Schilt. Mari Schilt has done a little bit of pitching. Now behind the plate for the Tigers. Niewander comes set. Full count and the pitch. Curveball fouled away. Eight to 1 here in the third. Dordt won the first one 2-0. The pitch from Niewander. Swung on and missed. Strike 3, and we'll head to the bottom of the third. Anderson, Clausen, Jackson coming up. We'll be right back on the Doane Sports Network here on YouTube. Tommy Anderson, who has 1 of 3 hits against Wiedner. It was a double in the gap as he hit that really well. He's been swinging the stick pretty well today. Pitch from Wiedner. He jumps on it. That's going to be a high fly ball to the left. Going back and making the catch is Van Otterloo. And on a different type of day here, that could have even possibly been gone, but with that crosswind, Van Otterloo was able to make the catch a step away from the warning track. So this ball player plays differently based on the conditions. Kevin Clausen now in the box. Wiedner gets the sign. Kevin Clausen grounded as short his first time up. Wiedner got really inside on him and he got jammed. The pitch misses inside. Two-0 misses upstairs. Clausen has 23 walks on the year. Now has a 3-0 count. Always a very professional hitter. Looks pretty composed, understands his strike zone. And Clausen gets the walk.
Chris Jackson.
And that'll bring up Jackson. Jackson had a single and an RBI. The only run scored for Doane in this 8-1 score. Wiedner comes set. Ground ball to second. This could be 2. The throw over to second. And the throw back is not in time as Jackson beat it by what seemed to be fractions of an inch as the ball went from Randall to Gingrich back to Fowler. But the relay front throw from Gingrich to Fowler was not in time. 2 outs with Eduardo Yanez at the plate. First pitch is swung on and fouled away. Wiener comes set at the belt. Misses low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs here in the third. 9-inning game. One ball, 2 strikes. Pitch, big cut on a curveball, swung right through. And no runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left. Still 8-1 here on Senior Day for the Dordt Defenders on top. We'll head to the 4th on the Doane Sports Network. And Niewanner's back on the mound. And a little score update from Doane. Women's tennis leads Northwestern as they won 2 out of 3 doubles matches. We'll try to keep you updated on that as the Doane Tigers try to come back from this big deficit. We'll try to keep you updated on other sports. There's a lot of stuff going on campus. Tennis match. There's some track things. And baseball. As that ball's belted to the left, if it's fair, it's gone. It's foul. The ball was turned on by Van Otterloo, and luckily for Niewanner, that is just a very long strike. As that, I doubt, is where he wanted to throw that pitch. Fastball on the inside part of the play, that was a good pitch for strike 2. The windup and the pitch grounded. And Smith took a tough hop, and that'll go past him for an error as Van Otterloo will reach first base.
First baseman Zach Fowler.
Three errors for Doane. Curveball in there for a strike. Nobody out. Van Otterloo at first, Fowler at the plate. Good stop by Marty Schilt. Newarner steps on the rubber. Fowler's 2 for 2, 2 doubles and 4 RBIs. Decent day at the office for Zach Fowler. And 2 runs scored. So 2 at-bats, 2 hits, 2 runs scored, 4 RBIs, and 2 doubles. Runner goes. Ball is popped up and out of room is Yanez. Attempted a hit and run. Fouled away by Fowler. Top of the 4th of this 9-inning game number 2. Hasn't been electric pace so far in this second game. The first game was relatively quick as Dordt won 2-0. The Doane bats have not been firing on all cylinders with only 1 run in 10 innings so far. Newarner gets the sign. A double play would be ideal. Throw to first. Not in time. Newarner misses way up and away. Newarner does have some good life on his fastball. We'll mix in that breaking ball and a changeup as well. The 2-2. Line towards the gap. That'll be a single. As Clausen will come up and fire it back in.
Catcher Josh Van Epps.
Back-to-back singles, and here comes Josh Van Epps, the catcher. All in the dirt gets past Schilt. The runners will advance. And the pitch is fouled away. Count now 2-1. Three balls, one strike. Newarner comes set. Got him swinging.
Right fielder.
A good breaking ball on a 3-2 pitch, and now there's one out with Newroth stepping to the plate. Breaking ball misses outside. The 2-0. Low and in, that gets past Schilt. That'll score 1. And it's 9-1. With Van Otterloo coming around to score and Fowler advancing to third. And Schilt will go have a talk with Newarner.
Take one more step, I push you down the steps.
Ground ball to third. Gloved by Smith. The throw home is wide. The throw to second. And he's out. So Schilt does get one out, but not after Smith throws wide on the air to Schilt. And it's 10-1.
Designated hitter Parker Scott.
Nobody on, 2 out now. High chopper. It's going to be a tough play for Anderson. And not in time as he
Second baseman Andrew Randall.
squared around a bunt and pulled back. Newarner comes set, throw to first. Fastball misses away. And Newarner misses again, 3-0. Newarner has not been jumping ahead of guys. And he walked him. That'll be a visit from Oltmans. We'll see if he makes a pitching change here with 2 on and 2 out. And he's going to go to the lefty. And we'll take a quick break. And the lefty, Jason Fossum, will step in. And 103 combined pitches between Aaron Whitehouse and Justin Niewarren. As Jason Fossum will try to be a little bit more efficient. The side winding lefty comes with a 4.15 ERA and 13 innings pitched. He's not got a ton of innings, but when he comes in, he tends to eat innings for the Tigers. Kind of more of a long reliever, so to say. Also can be a lefty specialist. But I'm sure, judging by the situation, he's not going to be on just for the lefty Thayer, as there will be nothing but righties following him. Fossum gets the sign, comes set, the 1-1. Catches the outside corner, count goes to 1-2. Fun fact, Fossum's parents help out grilling burgers and hot dogs, and even at times chicken drumsticks. So if you enjoy that, hopefully Fossum's pitching will be as good as the grilled meats his parents are cooking up for the concession stands. Fossum comes set, the 2-2. Got him looking, strike 3, and just like that, Fossum comes on, strikes out Thayer, and we'll head to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Germansky, Matez, Schill coming up on the Doane Sports Network. Evan Germansky at the plate. He's 1 for 1 today with a single in the second. He takes a breaking ball from Wiedner. Seems to be every time after he's done pitching, he has to go wait an eternity. As Germansky's line drive just follows foul. And Germansky one-hopped the wall for a long single his first time up. Not the most fleet of foot to begin with, but he did kind of stumble out of the box and around first, which caused him not to be able to advance to second. But he's probably hit one of the hardest balls against Wiedner so far. Fastball just misses outside. Line drive over the third baseman's glove. That'll get down. We'll see if Germansky can get a double on this one. He slides head first into second for a leadoff double. And Brandon Matez jumps on the first pitch for a single that'll advance Germansky to third. The Tigers have something possibly going here. Runners on first and third. And nobody out. And Marty Schilt steps into the box for the Tigers here. And apparently Tyler Wiedner says that ball was no good. So he switches him out. No attempted stolen bases for either of the men on the base paths. Brandon Matez does have decent speed at first, though. Not out to a huge lead. And Schilt squared to bunt. Schilt has not had a plate appearance yet this year. So we'll see what happens. And Schilt will wear one, so still without an at-bat, but his first plate appearance will have him jogging to first base with maybe a little bit of a bruise, but he did pick a good one to wear one as it was a curveball. And now all of a sudden, Tyler Wiedner finds himself for the first time in a little bit of trouble with the bases loaded and nobody out, and Jacob Dewey at the plate. The runners are Haase running at first, running for Schilt. At second, Brandon Matez, and at third, Evan Germansky. It must be noted that Evan Germansky does not run a lot, being a catcher. He usually gets courtesy ran for. So hopefully he can avoid any mistakes over there at third base and try to be a smart base runner. That ball is hit very well to right. It's going to get hung up, but that'll score Germansky, or at least it should. And he'll rumble down the third base line to score, and it's now 10-2 on the RBI sac fly by Jacob Dewey. Dewey did his job. He jumped on a fastball and hit it pretty well, but just not good enough to get it over the fence. But drifting back was Newroth to make the catch and score Germansky. One out now. Jake Smith at the plate. Smith is 0 for 2 with a strikeout looking and a ground out into a fielder's choice. Haase at first. First pitch, a good one for Wiedner on the outside corner. And it's now 0-2. Fastball upstairs misses. Now 1-2. Ten to 2, Dordt. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Smith. He's had rather a rough day defensively, making a couple errors would make that a little bit better with a nice hit here. As Wiedner comes set, the pitch is belted to left. And that'll fall, and it's down. Matez comes around to score. Haase will stay at third as he had to kind of freeze on the high fly ball. The ball looked like it was going to to go over the fence, and on a lot of days I think it would, but the wind is a crosswind from right, and the ball hit on the warning track as Van Otterloo was unable to track it down. And that's a big-time double for Smith, and it's now 10-3 with Matez scoring, but Haase goes to third, but is unable to score because he had to make sure that ball was not caught by Van Otterloo. We'll bring up Tommy Anderson, and this is the guy you definitely want in this situation up, as he's been hitting very well all day. He's been just ripping line drives against Dordt, and he has an opportunity to cut the lead to 5 here with a single. The first pitch to Anderson is watched on the outside corner, a little frustrated with himself that he didn't swing at that one. Pitch misses away from Wiedner. Clausen on deck for the Tigers. Breaking ball stays up. Wiedner does have first base open. Ground ball up the middle. It's fielded by Randall. Randall's throw is not in time. He made an aggressive athletic play but was unable to throw out Anderson. Anderson gets the infield single and the RBI. It's now 10-4. And that ball barely bounced over the glove of Wiedner. And if Wiedner would have caught that ground ball, the run would have not have scored and Anderson would have been out. So a little bit of fortune as Kevin Clausen will step up to try to continue the rally. So it's now 10-4 with 2 runs scored by Doane. As Doane tries to wake up and salvage this second game as they're now trying to at least become competitive in this one. Still only 1 out. Kevin Clausen at the plate. He jumps on the first pitch and sends it into right field. That's going to score Smith. Going into third is Anderson. The throw is not in time. As Anderson advances an extra base, and just like that, there'll be runners on first and third again. But now it's 10-5. As Clausen will swap place. Clausen will take Anderson's spot at first. Smith will score, and Tommy Anderson will cruise to third with aggressive base running. And it's now 10-5. And if you fell asleep earlier being a Doane fan, it's time to wake up. As there's been 4 innings in the bottom of this 4th inning. And it's now 10-5. And that's going to be a mound visit as there is some activity in the bullpen. It looks like Alex Terpstra's over in the bullpen for the Defenders. But as of now, it does not look like it's going to be a pitching change as he continues to get hot. It's all righty. And the home plate umpire is going to go tell them here shortly that this powwow needs to be broken up. And like I said earlier, there's cars everywhere and people from all sorts of places as there's a track meet, a tennis match, and a baseball game. So if you're trying to park somewhere on Doane University's campus, good luck. So lots of activity, lots of home athletic events here on this Friday afternoon. Jackson jumps on the first pitch. It's going to be a high fly ball. We'll see if Anderson tries to push the envelope. Here comes Anderson home. The throw will be up the line, and he'll score on the sac fly from Jackson. It's now 10-6. So make it 5 runs on the inning. And this is exactly what Doane needed, as they were even threatening getting spread in 7 innings, and now all of a sudden it's only a 4-run deficit. As it was 10-1 at the start of this inning, it is now 10-6. And Eduardo Yanez has a flyout and a strikeout. He steps in the box for his third plate appearance against Wiedner. First pitch is fouled away down the right field line. And the pitch is off the end of the bat to right. Dealing with the wind and making the catch is Neuroth, but not before the Tigers wake up and come to life here with 5 runs on 5 hits. We'll head into the 5th, and it's practically a new ball game. 10-6. Dordt leads. Trenton Rosa will lead it off. It'll be 2, 3, 4 hitters for the defenders. And Jason Fossum, who came in and got a strikeout to get the Tigers out of the 4th, will come back in for the bottom of the 5th. First pitch is low and away. One ball, one strike to Rosa. And Fossum catches that outside corner. Good pitch. He has that little sidearm natural tail that will sweep away from righties and go into lefties. And has that breaking ball he'll throw to lefties as well. Mainly the fastball to the righties. That's a little humpback liner to Anderson. He'll make the catch. And Fossum gets his second out. He'll go against Gingrich. And sometimes, especially being a middle reliever, it's not always about throwing super hard. It's being deceptive and being a change from what the team has seen. Starting this game is Aaron Whitehouse, who throws relatively hard. Coming in for relief from Whitehouse was Niemwarner, who throws relatively hard. And then you have kind of a soft-tossing sidearm lefty in Fossum, who has been filling up the zone, and he's been really making these hitters off balance. And that's part of the art of pitching, is keeping the batters off balance and not comfortable, and Jason Fossum has done that so far. 2 balls, 1 strike. So he'll face all righties until he gets back to the top of the lineup for Jake Thayer, but right now it's Cam Gingrich, who is 2 for 3. in on the hands. And diving is Dewey to make the catch. What a play. He got a great read on it. Hat went flying off, made a Superman dive, and that'll help out his pitcher, Fosseman. Just seems to be a little bit more energy and pep in the step of the Doane Tigers, especially after that 5-run bottom of the fourth, as Fossum tips his cap to Dewey and will step back on the rubber and try to retire the side, as he'll have Colton Van Otterloo reached on an error by Smith his last time. Doane does have 4 errors, which, like I said in the first game, they didn't have any, which is kind of against the trend for the Tigers, as they've struggled with the error bug all year. Fossum comes set. 1 ball, 1 strike in the pitch in the dirt. Tigers bullpen seems quiet. Little rustling going around in the Dordt bullpen. Fossum's pitch is off the end of the bat and line to Clausen. So 1, 2, 3 they go as Fossum retires the side. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th next. Coming up is Germansky, Matez, Schilt on the Doane Sports Network. First pitch is jumped on by Germansky, and he'll have a leadoff single.
Center fielder Brandon Matez.
That'll bring up Brandon Matez. Matez singled his last time. Germansky on at first. He's had a really good day against Dordt. And a good bunt by Matez. The throw is just in time. One of the few times in recent memory that Doane has laid down a successful bunt. So good job for Brandon Matez. And that'll bring up Marty Schilt. Also to mention, new pitcher for Dordt, Alex Terpstra. Terpstra comes in with a 6.23 ERA, only 4 1/3 innings pitched. Tall righty throws over the top as he hums in a strike against Schilt. pitch is in on the hands. Schilt fouls it away. No balls, 2 strikes. Be Schilt, Dewey, and then the top of the order. Ball in the dirt. Good stop by Van Epps. In the bottom of the 5th of a 9-inning game number 2. Ground ball to the hole. That's going to be fielded by Gingrich. A throw across will be in time.
Right fielder Jacob Dewey.
That'll bring up Jacob Dewey with 2 outs and Germansky in second. As the first pitch gets away from Van Epps, but not far enough to advance Germansky. 1 ball, no strikes. Fouled away. Terpstra gets the sign and fires. Fastball in the outside corner for a strike. Dewey now in a 2-2 count against Terpstra. In the dirt, ball 3. Three balls, 2 strikes. Dewey in the gap. That's going to get down, and Germansky is going to be held up by Coach Elliot Engel, and I believe that was probably a good decision. As Germansky
Third baseman Jake Smith.
hit the bag right about the time that Van Otterloo was coming up and fielding the ball. And maybe if it was somebody a little bit faster, they would have tried to gamble. But down 4 runs, you don't want to make the last out at home. So good decision by Elliot Engel to hold up Germansky at third. Good piece of hitting for Jacob Dewey with 2 strikes to send that ball in the left field. As Jake Smith steps in the box, Smith had a double his last time with an RBI. Terpstra stepped off. That looked rather awkward, but nothing illegal as no balk was called. Terpstra checks Dewey. The pitch up and away. And they're really worried about Dewey here. Is Van Epps also gave a look after the pitch was made. So Dewey, who has 5 stolen bases and has been caught twice, they have some sense of belief that he'll be going at first base with runners on first and third. Pitch low. And always these situations where pitchers start worrying a lot about runners can always affect control of pitchers, it seems. It's hard to have your mind focused on two things. And there's the first strike from Terpstra as that ball went right across about the belly button of Jake Smith. Smith maybe thought that pitch was a little high. Count now 2-1. Anderson will follow if Smith is able to reach base safely as he swings that pitch and fouls it off of trampolining off of the hitting complex. And Smith's back in the box with a 2-2 count. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the fifth. Line drive up the middle. That'll score Gramansky. And station to station, chipping away. They'll keep moving here as Dewey will go to second. And Smith has his second RBI of the day as he almost took Terpstra's head off with that one as it went right back at the mound. 10-7 now, and Doane continues to chip away at this lead. Tommy Anderson at the plate, and he gets hit with a curveball. And he almost seems mad, and the way he's hitting, I understand him. Because I'm sure he didn't want to get hit there because he wanted to drive in and run at least 1 or 2 runs as he's been very hot at the plate. But there was literally no way of getting out of the way of that ball as it was started behind his back and he really had nowhere to go. And he took that pitch probably the best way you could, right on the back. Luckily, it was a curveball. And I imagine that's kind of what he's telling Coach Powell over there, that he just wanted the RBIs. He wanted to drive in the runs himself. And this looks like it could possibly be the end of Terpstra's road. We'll see. There is activity going on. But unfortunately, for the sake of the broadcast, his hoodie is really getting in the way of telling you who it is. It is. His attire will let me remind you to tell you it is a very cool, damp, and windy day here at the Doane Baseball Complex. And now we've got meetings all over the diamond. We have Coach Altman's meeting with what seems to be half of the offense in front of the dugout. The pitching coach was meeting with the whole infield. So apparently some really important things are being discussed as they'll break from their respective meetings. And we'll see which meeting was valued more by the players and which team can execute here as Doane now has the bases loaded. In the bottom of the fifth with Kevin Clausen on senior day, the senior left fielder. And if you were watching and hearing what Cody Vance said, and the ball gets away. And cruising home will be Dewey, and it's now 8-10. And Smith took a wide turn. Maybe seeing... And if you were watching what I was trying to say before that wild pitch, the senior day festivities, Kevin Clausen is in the record books in a lot of categories. And as the senior left fielder looks to tie this game up now as it's 10-8. And who would have thought it when the Tigers were down 10-1 that we could have been in the fifth inning with a chance for Kevin Clausen with one swing of the bat to tie this game. High fly ball into right, and that'll be caught by Newroth, but the Tigers do get 2 back. It's 10-8 on 2 runs with 3 hits. Coming up for Dordt will be the 5, 6, 7 hitters with Fowler, Van Epps, and Newroth. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. We'll be right back. and no one knows what to get for a wedding present. Well, what does he say? Candlesticks are always nice. That's a great movie.
Leading off for Dordt, first baseman Jack Fowler.
Yep. And Jason Fossum will continue to try to plug away on the pitching mound for Doane. As I mentioned, lots of games coming up. They need somebody to eat innings, and Jason Fossum trying to be that guy. So he's gone 1 1/3, no earned runs, 1 strikeout as he hums a strike in there to Zach Fowler, the first baseman. Pitch misses up and away. The 1-1. Oh, and that just finds a safe spot. Looked like kind of
Catcher Josh
a pitch or a flop shot right over top of Chris Jackson and perfectly placed by Fowler. And that's got to be a little bit of frustrating for Fossum. Fossum threw a good pitch, went off the end of the bat, but just found outfield grass. As that ball's popped up to right, Dewey making his best effort, but he'll run out of room. As that one went out of play. It's hard to see on our broadcast, hard to see from my angle, but there is a kind of a white line that separates out of play over there on the right field line by the hitting complex that separates the warning track from the rest of the rubble. Line drive to right. Dewey came in on it, and the ball's going to go over his head into the fence. So Dewey, who usually is a very good defensive outfielder, give credit where credit is due to Jacob Dewey.
pitch running.
As that,
Second base.
we do not see things like that happen very often, but those are tough when they're hit right at you. And he took a step first, and after that, it was basically all over as the ball went over his head after he took that step forward. That will be ruled as a double for Branderhorst. And that'll bring up Newroth. As Newroth will step to the plate with runners on second and third and nobody out. Quarter infielders playing in. Middle infield looks like they're just going to try to get the out. 10-8 ball game. Fossum didn't get hit hard on the first single. That second ball was hit hard, but we see Dewey make that play a lot. So a little unfortunate for Jason Fossum. So he's now behind the count 2-0 to Newroth. But he does have the bottom part of the order with Newroth, Scott, and Randall coming up. But the downside of Jason Fossum is he's not a big strikeout guy, and he could really use one here. Chop to third. Smith looks the runner back, makes a strike throw over to Yanez, and
Designated hitter, Parker Scott.
Fossum completes the first step of this 3-step large task for Fossum to get out of this inning unscathed. One out, runners on second and third. The runners are Branderhorst and Fowler. Now 2-0. Two-0 pitch misses upstairs. Fossum does have first base open. And really, if he walks Scott, it's just as intimidating of a task. We'll see what he elects to do. The 3-0 pitch is a strike on the outside part of the plate. And Fossum will try to fight back here. 3-1 the count. There does look to be some activity going in the bullpen. Big swing and a miss by Scott. Now it's 3 balls, 2 strikes, and we'll see what Fossum goes with here. Has been relying on the fastball for majority of his outing. Swing and miss, strike 3, and Fossum retires 2 with runners on second and third and no out. And he's 1 out away.
Number 42, Chris Schreiber.
With Chris Schreiber coming to pinch hit for Randall. He is 1 out away from getting out of this inning. The lefty side armor. And a strike on the outside corner from Fossum. No balls, 1 strike. Good stop by Schultz. Schreiber caught game 1. Now he's in the pinch hit. Fossum so far has went 2 innings, gave up 2 hits, has 2 strikeouts, no walks. And no earned runs in 8 batters faced. Fastball catches the inside corner, and Fossum is 1 strike or 1 out for doing a masterful job in relief. Two balls, 2 strikes. Fossum comes set. Ball is hit pretty well to right. And Dewey lays out and dives. And he makes the catch. And Dewey makes up for his lack of a good route earlier in the inning to make a great route and a diving catch to save 2 runs. And just like that, he helps Fossum get out of a jam. And there's 2 stranded on 2 hits. And the Tigers still remain 2 down as they'll come up with Jackson, Yanez, and Gramansky when we return on the Doane Sports Network. And Jackson smashes the first pitch right at Fowler, who just kind of threw his glove at it. made the play and 1 pitch, 1 out. That'll bring up Eduardo Yanez. Eduardo Yanez is 0 for 3 with 2 flyouts and a strikeout. Didn't mean to. Fielded by Fowler. He'll toss it over to Terpstra just for fun. And that'll go 3-1 for out number 2. And that'll bring up Germansky, who has had arguably the best day at the plate next to right there with Tommy Anderson, as he's 3 for 3. With a double, a single, and 2 runs scored, and another single, but he didn't score that time. So a single in the first and the second, a double in the fourth, and a single in the fifth, as he watches the first pitch for a strike. Good swing, but fouled straight back. Fastball misses upstairs. Two balls, 2 strikes. Good swing, but fouled straight back by Germansky. Fastball misses away by Terpstra. Terpstra's went 1 2/3, giving up 3 runs. Doane has scored 1 in the first, 5 in the fourth, and 2 in the fifth. Bats really came alive in the 4th inning. Ball is belted to left. And foul. Germansky was all over that one, but just a little bit early. The pitch, grounded towards the hole, stopped by Gingrich. The throw is in time, but in the dirt, and that'll be a hit. Even though I believe that was going to be a really tough play by Gingrich, but if he would have got the scoop, I think that maybe Germansky would have been out by a half a step, but nonetheless, that's going to be a 4 for 4 day for Germansky, with still the opportunity to get up 1 or 2 more times even. So already a good day for Germansky as Brandon Matez will step into the box. Matez gives kind of a half-hearted swing at the first pitch. Count goes 0-1. Didn't mean to kind of go around, but by the time he'd already committed, he couldn't stop himself. The 0-1. Just misses low. Being Epps liked the pitch from Terpstra, though. High pop-up. And that'll go out of play. Pitch to Matez. Popped up again, but out of play again. Ten to 8. Dordt leads in game 2. Dordt won game 1, 2-0. Doane will be back here again tomorrow against Dordt for another 2 games. And a towering pop fly. That'll be caught by Randall. No runs on a hit, 1 left. We'll head to the 7th, 10 to 8. And Fossum back on the bump as he'll face Thayer. And Thayer is the guy he started his outing against, the lefty. First pitch just misses as Thayer was squaring around the bunt, but he pulled it back. This is the Doane Sports Network, and you're on YouTube watching Dordt versus Doane if you're just tuning in. Dordt leads 10 to 8. It was at one time 10 to 1, and Doane scored 5 in the 4th and 2 in the 5th, and have held Dordt scoreless since the 4th inning. And that's been a part to Jason Fossum. High pop-up. It's going to be a tough play. That's going to fall in between Clausen and Matez, and neither one of them got a great jump on it. Kind of looking at each other, seeing what they maybe could have done differently.
Third baseman Trent Rosa.
Neither one of them really seemed like they wanted to claim it. But it was going to be a tough play. And Fossum throws over to first just like he throws to home. As he's now pitching to Trent Rosa. Ground ball to second. This could be 2. Off the chest of Jackson. He'll get the 1. Took a little bit of a tough hop, but good job by Jackson not to freak out as he realized he wasn't going to turn 2, but was still able to throw out Rosa. But on the bobble by Jackson, Thayer will move up to second instead of being forced. That'll bring up Gingrich. Gingrich 2 for 4. And that tailing fastball catches the outside corner. Fossum continues to have success throwing strikes, which is good. In on the hands. Making the catch will be Dewey, making a strong throw in and almost back-picking Thayer, who kind of took a couple aggressive steps, but then the ball all of a sudden came right at him.
Colton Van Otterloo.
And that'll bring up Colton Van Otterloo. It was 0 for 3. One of only 2 defenders not to have a hit so far. Him and Newroth, the only defenders not to have a hit out of 12 Dordt hits. Fastball up and away. You really have to applaud Fossum for the job that he's done. 3 innings pitched so far, only 3 hits, 2 strikeouts, and the big number, no earned runs, as he's kept his team in it. One ball, 1 strike. Just misses the outside part of the plate, and I'm sure Fossum wanted that one. Fossum gets the sign. 2 balls, 1 strike to Van Otterloo. He's reached twice, but been on a walk and an error. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and looked like Van Otterloo was kind of trying to maybe get hit by that pitch as he kind of flew his elbow out at the ball, but then went across the plate for a strike. So as he fouls that one away and stays alive. We're in the 7th inning. This is a 9-inning game, which both these clubs' pitching staff could get a little taxed, as we're going to have a verbal communication of what pitch is going to be thrown next. The numbers were not adequate. And Marty Schilt will come back behind home plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes as Fossum will get the sign. Swing and a miss, strike 3, the 3rd strikeout for Jason Fossum. And Fossum has gone 3 1/3 scoreless.
It's stretch time here.
And it's stretch time here at the ballpark. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. 10-8, Dordt leads. Coming up will be Marty Schilt, Jacob Dewey, and the top of the lineup with Jake Smith. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And Schilt will start things off. In on the hands. Looked kind of like he just underhand lobbed it to Gingrich as he'll make the catch, and they'll bring up Jacob Dewey with 1 out in the 7th. Terpstra pumps the outside corner. Once again, it'll be Dewey, and then the top of the order, As will be Smith, Anderson, Clausen after Dewey. Slider in there for a strike, and it's now 0-2 on Dewey. Dewey had a single his last time up, had a sac fly in the fourth, does have an RBI. Pitch misses outside. Dewey stays alive off the end of the bat. The windup and the pitch. Ground ball. Backhand by the second baseman that throws in the dirt, and it gets past Fowler as Randall could not make the throw. It's going to be a tough dig for Fowler, and Dewey's on with an error.
The third baseman, Jake Smith.
That'll bring up Jake Smith. Smith has 2 RBIs today. Watches the first pitch upstairs for a strike. Just caught the top part of the zone.
In my mind, it's rude not to share. It's rude.
I'm sorry, Bradley.
It's prideful. It's rude.
Pitch misses low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ball's hit decently well to center, but right at Thayer, he'll make the catch for the second out.
Tommy Anderson.
Tommy Anderson now at the plate. Ground ball to short. And bobbled by Gingrich, but thrown over to Randall in time for the force. We'll head to the 8th. 10-8, Dordt leads. Fossum back on for another inning of work. He has pitched 3 1/3 so far. Hasn't given up a run. Really came on at a time where the future was looking extremely bleak for the entire game. It was 10-1. He got the last out of the fourth, and then Doane went and scored 5 in the bottom half of that inning. And Fossum continued to plug away, and now he's back here in the 8th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Line drive to left. That'll drop right in front of Clausen. Clausen looked like he maybe thought about trying to lay out for that one, but then decided to keep it in front of him. Yes, Fowler will get a pinch runner after a 5-for-5 day with a double, with 2 doubles and 3 singles for Fowler. So the Doane pitching staff has had a hard time getting him out in game 2. And there'll be a pinch runner. We'll get that to you. Pinch runner is Jason Haldra. He's on first. And now batting is Josh Van Epps. First pitch misses high. A double play ball, and Fossum's the type of guy that can get one as he does throw to contact, and guys are liable to roll over. And Van Epps squares around to bunt, misses it. Pickoff almost in time. Interesting move as Fossum stepped off with his left foot and zinged a sidearm fastball over to Yanez, which might make you nervous, but he threw it right on the money. His pitch misses away, count now 2-1. Line drive to left. That'll be a single, and there's 2 on with nobody out. We'll see if they let Fossum stay here, as there'll be another runner, as Van Epps, the catcher, will get ran for by Dylan Branderhorst. And Maury Schilt will go talk to Fossum, and for one reason or another, Tommy Anderson feels he has some input on the conversation. So he'll jog over there. And we're done with the conference, and there's some guy, the first base coach is talking to the catcher. Correction, the right fielder, Taylor Newroth. And we're back playing baseball. And just kidding, we're not. As after all that, and maybe that was all designed to get the bullpen warmed up, and if it was, very strategic, artistic move by Coach Josh Oltmans to give the bullpen a little extra time with some shenanigans. As he'll go talk, and we'll see if he makes a pitching change, as the whole infield's coming in now. The bullpen looks to be in full go under the half-opened orange garage door. And a pitching change, as it looks like it might be Armendariz coming in. And it is. Manny Armendariz coming to warm up. We'll be right back as this call to the bullpen for Oltmans. And the 8th, we'll be right back on the Doane Sports Network. Manny Armadera is now in the pitch, relieving Jason Fossum, who did a great job, but he does have 2 runners to his name, which hopefully for him, Armaderas could shut the doors. He'll face Taylor Newroth, the right fielder, as Eduardo Yanez is either extremely expecting a bunt or is insane. As he was about even with the pitcher's mound down the first baseline, and that's just looking out for Eduardo Yanez. That's extremely scary if Newroth was able to slap one down the first base line. But he seems to back up a little bit as he's now a step from the infield grass. Playing somewhat in is Jake Smith as well, but it doesn't look, to me anyways, that Newroth is playing on bunting here. But in NAI baseball, 8 times out of 10 somebody would try to bunt here. And as he does not go around, that's a tough, when there's only 2 umpires, that's a tough time to appeal. Because, in my opinion, the field umpire almost has a worse viewpoint when he's in the middle of the diamond than the home plate umpire. But the field umpire says he doesn't go around. Count now 1-1. Newroth got hit by a pitch in the first, struck out swinging in the second, grounded to the fielder's choice in the fourth, and grounded to third in the sixth. Armendariz 1-6 record, has 2 saves. 28 2/3 inning pitch, has given up 25 earned runs, 32 strikeouts, and 16 walks. About a walk, a little bit more than a walk every 2 innings, so can fight his control at times. And he does not come in with runners on base very often either. He usually does get a fresh inning. Swung on a miss, strike 3 as Newroth goes down swinging, and that's 1 out for Armendariz, who looks pretty good. Armendariz was a starter last year his freshman season, but has been moved to the pen here in his sophomore campaign. As Armendariz looks to show up for the sign. Brander Horse on first. Halerda on second. As Dewey's going to drift back and make the catch, tagging is Halerda, and he did not get a great read on that ball as he was not expecting it to be caught. Was unable to tag in advance. A good throw by Dewey back into the infield, and there's 2 outs. Armendariz 1 out away from getting out of the inning, and to what looks like, with all things considered, with 10 runs being scored against the Tigers, it looks like Coach Oltmans has made good choices when going to the pen, as Niewarner was put in a tough spot, but Fossum gave 3+ of solid innings for Doane in relief to let them come back, and no runs, and now it looks like Armendariz could get out of this no out first and second jam as he now faces a pinch hitter. That pinch hitter is Glenn Thompson. Glenn Thompson steps on the right side of the box, pinching in the 9-hole. It's originally Andrew Randall. I believe it's been cycled through another time as well. Big swing and a miss, strike 2, and the count now 0-2. And if I'm Marty Schultz or Coach Oltmans, whoever's calling pitches, after seeing that swing from Thompson, it looked like he was way behind the fastball. I'd go right back to it here. We'll see what they decide to do. As pitch just misses the outside corner. One ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss on a pitch in the dirt. And Schilt will throw to first to
Dordt, no runs,
retire. And
2 hits, no errors, and 2 left on base.
after 7.5, we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. 10-8, Dordt leads up for the Tigers. As they'll head up next in the bottom of the 8th here on the Doane Sports Network. Kevin Clausen will lead things off against Terpstra, who's went 3 innings. He's given up 2 runs in relief for the defenders. It has to be mentioned that pitching depth is not necessarily a premium for either one of these teams, as there's a lot of games coming up. Terpstra and Fossum both doing a good job to conserve innings for both of their respective teams. And a big swing out in front, he fouled it off his foot. Count now 2-1. And Doane does have some bats on the bench that they could go to as well. Sliva to be one. And if they want some speed, they also have Trent Jerry on the bench, as well as Ty Haase. So Coach Oltmans could go to his subs at some point, but a good line drive by Clausen, but right at the right fielder, and that's got to be frustrating as Neuroth records the out, and that'll bring up Chris Jackson. It'll be Jackson Yanez if any of those guys get on. The 4-for-4 Evan Germansky. And that'll be a line drive out for Jackson. So 2 tough luck outs. And Yanez will step up with 2 outs. High pop-up. Yanez chucks his bat in frustration. And Wyatt, the new second baseman, will make the catch. Led to the 9th. Tigers down 2. Armandero's first offering is fouled back by Thayer. Thayer, the leadoff hitter, has done his job as he's 3 for 4 with a single, a walk, another single, a strikeout, and then another single. All in that order. Fastball just misses outside. Schilt tried to frame it, but nothing going there.
Second.
And it seems to be that Schilt is looking in the dugout for pitch calls from Oltmans.
Yeah, that was the second.
Not sure if that's every pitch sort of thing or just when Oltmans decides, but
I always wanted one of those
when the Tigers get up in the bottom of the ninth, it will be Gramansky, Matez, and Marty Schilt. One hopper to Armanderas. He throws a 90-mile-an-hour fastball over to first,
Third baseman Trent.
and that'll be out number 1. That'll bring up Trent Rosa. Rosa is 1 for 4. Did score a run in the second. Armanderas has retired all 4 batters faced. Fastball swung on and missed. May have got just a little bit of a piece of it. Reminder that tomorrow on the Doane Sports Network we will be here at 1 o'clock first pitch for a doubleheader against Dordt again. Ground ball to short. Anderson makes the play. 2 outs.
Cam Gingrich.
So Armanderas trying to go 1, 2, 3 and give his squad a chance in the bottom of the ninth. Once again, this is the Doane Sports Network here at GPAC Baseball on YouTube. Fastball, inside corner. There's nobody warming up in the Doane bullpen, and that's not a shocker, as this should be Armanderas' inning. 2 outs. Fastball misses upstairs. Manny Armanderas, sophomore, 5'11", from Baldwin Park, California. And strike 2 on the inside corner. He's going against Cameron Gingrich, who is from Riverside, Iowa, the senior. Ground ball up the middle. That'll be a base hit by Cam Gingrich. Well, there's 1 on with 2 out.
Left fielder Colton Van Otterloo.
That'll bring up Colton Van Otterloo. The junior out of Rock Rapids, Iowa, fouls the first one away.
When did you get that from? What did he say?
Fouled away, count now 0-2.
Maybe if you weren't using such a distracting dinosaur. I'm gonna wish if those gonna hit him.
Pitch from Armanderas misses inside, and it'll go off the glove of Schilt into the backstop. And Schilt has what seems to be about 7 visits with his pitchers on the mound. Looks like he may have got the signs kind of mixed up between him and Armanderas. It's a quick conversation. And Armanderas trying to step aside to the Doane offense. 1-2. Got him looking. Strike 3, and down goes Van Otterloo.
No runs on a hit, no errors.
And we'll head
Bottom of the ninth inning.
to the bottom of the ninth. Tigers down 2. They'll have Germansky, Matez, Schilt. This is all coming when we get back on the Doane Sports Network. Don't go anywhere.
Germansky.
And Evan Germansky will lead things off as in the pitch will be Trent Rosa, who is playing third base. He'll come and try to close it and get the save. Rosa has a 6.57 ERA, 1-0 record, 12 1/3 innings pitched. Does have one save on the air, looking to make it 2. As Germansky jumped down the first pitch and fouled it straight back. At third base is Scott. He'll drop from the DH spot. And a high fly ball out of play. I'd imagine if Germansky were to get on, even though that run does not matter, he might end up getting pinch ran for. As there are some Tigers on the bench, including Hossie and as well as Jerry, to name a few. Fastball way outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Germansky has had himself a day. 4 for 4 so far. A double and 3 singles. Scored twice. And he pops it up.
Center fielder Brandon Matez.
Matez goes up to the plate with 1 out. He watches the ball outside to Rosa. Line drive, center, but right to the center fielder Thayer and Doane to their last out. And batting for Schilt is going to be
Nathan Sliva.
Nathan Sliva. So let's see if he can get the Tigers going. Down 2. 2 outs. Trent Rosa looking to pick up his second save of the year and give the Dordt defenders the first 2 games of the series. Off speed in there for a strike. Rosa gets the sign. Comes set. Misses up and away. Good pitch, just barely missed the zone. Oh, line drive right back to him, and that's not a good scene. So we're going to go ahead and take a break because that looked to hit Rosa square in the face. So we'll be right back with Doane Sports Network. So Cole Samuelson will be on to pitch for Dordt. I at least personally express my condolences. And hope that Trent Rosa is all good. That was a very kind of scary scene, but Rosa walked out in his own power, so hopefully everything all checks out good for him. It's always scary when you see a comebacker at the pitcher. Samuelson has a tough task. He was not expecting to go into this game, I'd imagine. He got as long as he wanted to warm up after the incident, but he gets thrown in here, and all he needs is one out. He throws a strike on the outside corner to Jacob Dewey. But for Doane, you got a guy that wasn't really necessarily mentally prepared to go into the game. Samuelson's pitch is fouled away.
Rick, would this be a save if he got this?
1 ball, 2 strikes. Samuelson trying to pick up the one out save. Samuelson comes set. Off speed pitch misses outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dewey will be followed by the top of the lineup, starting with Jake Smith. They're not even holding Nathan Sliva, and that run means absolutely nothing. He'll steal for the fun of it, and they'll let him. And that'll be ruled indifference as they just let Sliva take second. And strike 3 on the outside corner.
For the Tigers, no runs on a hit, no errors, and
A breaking ball, and
here are your totals.
that'll do it for the ball game.
10 runs, 15 hits, 1 error, 12 left on base.
As
For Doane, 8 runs, 13 hits, 4
Doane will drop the second game of the series 10-8 after dropping the first one 2-0.
Alex Terpstra. The losing pitcher.
As Dordt will score 10 runs on 15 hits, 1 error. They'll leave 12 on base. For Doane, 8 runs on 13 hits, 4 errors, and 10 left on base.
12 left on base. Doane with 8 runs, 13 hits, 4 errors, 10 left on base.
Whitehouse will take the loss
Terpstra, the winning pitcher
for Doane. Terpstra,
Whitehouse, the losing pitcher.
the winning pitcher for the Dordt defenders. And once again, the first 2 games of the series taken by Doane. I'll be on the call, and we'll be right back with you tomorrow at 1
3 and 4 in this series.
as Whitehouse falls to 1-3
First pitch at
with the loss.
Prior to that was a very special
That'll do it for this broadcast of Doane baseball.
versus cancer event.
We'll be back tomorrow again. My name's Clayton Anderson. I'm signing off. Have a good Friday night. Enjoy your evening.
We want to thank you.